There we go. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2.
Just switch the screens around. Just take a quick reprogram. Second call. It's gone. It's on there. You just need to click the mouse button and just switch between those two screens.
So which one's on
test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two.
Well, they do say there's a process you follow. I don't know what.
Someone said we can do that. I'm not sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good stuff.
She just flicked it from where it was.
Yeah, because our notice was.
Red flag.
Being to zoom out.
You post something that our comments is down, just so that's why there's no comments there. Just have a post.
Yeah.
I just really like the chatty. It's very off-putting for me, so I need to deal with it.
1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
What about the passes?
I'll sort it out.
Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so our apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We just had an audio issue, but our audio man Johnny is just up the ladder and he's fixed those problems. So our apologies. We just for anyone that hasn't been to circuit powerboat racing or hasn't been here for a while, the two boats that we did see on the course were the Hearn family explicit machine, the red boat there with the big wing on the back, and of course Darryl Quinn, the local boy from the Penrith region, in the black boat Bad Influence. So we'll just, we did cover our sponsors for our viewers at home, watching the Working On It live stream on the YouTube channel, courtesy of John Chayun Painter. Hope everyone at home, both here in Australia and overseas, are enjoying the coverage so far. Got some big races coming up today and tomorrow. We'll just go through the sponsors for our venue spectators. Of course, Pig Out Catering, Windsor Truck Bits, Catcorp, Concrete Brothers Concrete, I'll start again, Constable Brothers Concrete, Contract Printing, MSC Signs, All Work Crane Services Proprietary Limited, CMS Plumbing, Lexi Strut, and our start boat, driven by fabulous man himself, Mr. Bruce Gengate, the beautiful Connolly. And that, of course, the Howard Hydro start boat for all the weekend. A little bit about some of our sponsors. Pig Out Catering, a local catering company servicing the Hawkesbury for over 40 years. Everything from casual drop-off events, fully catered, menus suitable to any occasion. They include birthdays, corporate weddings, Christmas parties, etc. They are a local-based business that's passionate about supporting both events and organisations. Their cafe, Cornerstone, is finally reopening after 18 months of renovations, expected to open in late October 2023. We'll cover our sponsors throughout the weekend. Great to see this man back here at Windsor. Of course, Trevor Stanley, all the way from Adelaide, South Australia, in the Mongoose.
Pull some fuel out of that.
We can see a yellow flag being displayed, so Trevor just got one more lap. So that looks like a sayonara for Trevor. Great to see Trev back at the venue. Of course, Trev involved in that big accident years ago involving the boat Orange, Agent Orange, and Alan Newton. I'm sure a lot of people have seen that photo. But he did, there was a period there he gave the sport away and went to the drag racing scene, but he's come back. I believe the engine he's got in the boat is one of those engines that did come out of the drag car. Didn't get a chance to speak to Trev yesterday. They were frantically working on the boat. I didn't want to bother them, so I haven't got the engine specs and the white, but we'll try and get them at some time during the day. But once again, great to see Trev back this weekend. Big representation of South Australians, Victorians. The Victorians in hot laps yesterday running for the Australian Unlimited Displacement, the Drivers' Championship. It was a 1-2-3. We had quick time man Brett Shepherd from Mark Gauchi in second place in Immortal, and the Reckless boat, of course, the driver there, Tate Ramsey. Tate, of course, going back to Adelaide in, I think it was late May, taking out the 2023 Marge Watson, one of the biggest trophies in circuit powerboat racing at the Adelaide Speedboat Club.
Sorry about you, you wouldn't happen to have double A batteries. Told Craig to get them yesterday, do you reckon he went and got them?
Of course he didn't.
How many?
Just two, please. You sure?
All good, mate. All good.
He's a nice kid.
Some of the big races to be contested this weekend. We've got, of course, coming up very shortly, part of a series for the Jeff Bonds Yamato Challenge, sponsored by Graham Hart, our good friend from West Crane. We've got 3 heats of the
Do they want a bottle
Blown
of
Out
water?
Gold Displacement Boat and National Drivers Championship,
Does anyone want a bottle of water?
sponsored by Lindsay Johnson there at Flexi Strut.
Sorry, are you live streaming this one?
Thank you.
We've got the Graham Hart Point Score Series for 95 mile per hour, brought to us by All Work Crane Hire.
I love you guys.
We've got the Menace Trophy.
Only because it's you
They
guys
run
that I
for
went
the
to shit
points
with
for
this
the
morning.
Trojan,
Only because it's them
sponsored
that I
by
went through
Primary
shit that I did
Plumbing.
this morning.
Our apologies, both here at the venue and at home. You might hear some radio over the top of us here. We're commentating from the a trailer. We're all the officials, so if you hear a bit of radio chatter, our apologies. But we've got some wonderful racing, not only today, but tomorrow as well. Of course, today, big race at the end of the day, the Cross Invitational. The Cross Family Invitational, one of the big races on the card this weekend. So we've got the Jeff Boland's Yamato Challenge, sponsored by Wes Crane. We should see those boats on the course very, very shortly.
Yeah, Kness just going around to say something to him.
Oh, okay. Let's go with a bowl of water.
Yeah, that's what I just said to Joe. Do anyone want water? There might be cold ones in the fridge if you want them. Yeah. Just come and get them when you need them, but.
Some of the boats we're going to see in this race, the Kerry Smith driver of Spooky Returns, Wild Ginger, driven by Alison James. Good to see Christy Walker back in the Torturer. Rod Burns in the Gambler. Steve Dibley in Oz Propellers. Aaron Pratt in PD Racing, another competitor we should see on the water.
That's how they know him. PD Racing, Pennsylvania. He races with Christy. Yeah, have the whole thing in. Oh. Who's that?
Yo.
There you go.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
The radio's not working.
A little bit more sound would be good. But
Yeah, I can do that. I just played it too.
yeah, but I mean, you don't want to go too much because you'll lose over there, degrade over there.
Alright, and get him to run, or get him off the Togo. Get him off the Togo street, and get him to run that one in there, and then
So, just, I can adjust it, that's not a problem, I just need to know what you want.
Well, that's not bad. It won't need to come out much. I mean, I'm happy with it as it is, but if you just want a little bit more on it, that's.
So what do you want, zoom or down?
I'd just leave it there. I mean, if anything, I'd probably
Bring it that way.
yeah, to the left a bit, but that's all.
And there was one boat I did miss. Of course, Melissa King, she'll be driving the boat of Tommy Carl, the Mojo Racing Machine.
Do you want some shade?
Do we have any?
We've got a combination of Yamato and 550cc's. Just repeating, Kerry Smith in Spooky Returns, Alison James, Wild Ginger, Christy Walker in the Torturer, Rod Burns in the Gambler, Aaron Pratt, driver of PD Racing, Oz Propellers, driven by Steve Dibley, Melissa King, Mojo Racing.
Yep.
See 7 boats on the water very, very shortly.
Have we got any more umbrellas? I'm just going to get one for sell. I just don't know if we've got any way of.
It's just me that much.
boats program in front? 550, 25? 550. That's all right. Motor boat. Harry. Speak your phone. Good. Yeah, we'll work around it.
We've got a mixture here of 550cc and traditional Yamato boats. The Yamato boats are the orange boat there of the Torture of Christy Walker. And the Spooky Returns boat of Kerry Smith. Great to see Steve Dibley all the way from Queensland making the trip down. Getting really good sponsorship from Extreme Marine. Of course, the guy behind Extreme Marine, our good friend Jason Chiswell, up there in Queensland. Big hi to everyone up there in beautiful Queensland. There'll be a lot of people watching the Working On It live streaming on the YouTube channel. A lot of people up from the South Queensland clubs and of course Thunderbird also watching the telecast today. So we can see Brucey Dengate driving in the Connolly Howard Hydro start boat, bringing them onto the course. First time we can certainly see Christy Walker there in the Torturer, and Kerry Smith in Spooky Returns. The two Yamatos have charged to an early lead on the Windsor truck beds front, back straight. Coming up to the Flexi Strut bridge turn. With her local knowledge, Christy Walker coming on to the MSC signs front straight. We can see a change for second place. So Walker leads out. Rowdy Burns in second place. Kerry Smith in third. You can see back in fifth, Melissa King. PD Racing, Aaron Pratt. And the boat bringing up the tail, Steve Dibley. So all our boats are different ends of the course, but it's a Torturer. Christy Walker still holding a great lead out in front here. She's got one to go, yellow flag being displayed. Rowdy Burns in the gambler still holding second. Look at this battle for third. Third and fourth, Kerry Smith. And Wild Ginger of Alison James next along. comes Melissa King, Aaron Pratt in PD Racing, and just crossing the stripe is Steve Diddley in the Oz Propellers boat. But the leader currently just coming out of the Flexi Strut bridge turn and onto the MSC signs front straight and to receive the CMS Plumbing checkered flag. It's Christy Walker. She takes the win. Rowdy Burns, Rod Burns taking second in the Gambler. Alison James in Wild Ginger. Kerry Smith Spooky returns in fourth. Melissa King in Mojo Racing. She takes fifth. And our two boats in sixth and seventh placing. PD Racing, Aaron Pratt, the boy from the Sutherland Shire. He takes sixth place. Steve Diddley just taking the CMS Plumbing checkered flag.
We do need to move that camera just so we don't influence the space. Yeah, because it's not so much the coming into the corner, it's the coming out there. Yeah. I've got them here, but you can't.
To the next race, race 3, ladies and gentlemen. Got some heavy hitters coming up. Heat 1 of the Australian. Unlimited Inboard Drivers Championship. Chevy Chase, Damon Thurger out of pole 1. Fury, Hayden Chesser out of 2. Odin, Ryan Constable out of 3. Dean Barry, driver of She's the Culprit, out of 4. Our boats in pole positions 1 and 2. They gained those pole positions as they were part of the Hot Lap Challenge late yesterday afternoon. And Damon recording a lap of a 34.03. Hayden in Fury a 38.36. And both Odin and She's the Culprit, Ryan Constable and Dean Barry, didn't get a hot lap in. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point of the morning, it's great to be joined in commentary by the maestro himself. He's worked with him a fair bit the last couple of months Nathan Mills. Good morning, Nate.
Good morning, Craig. Good morning. I'm yet to work out. I was actually helping out down on the ramp this morning, but I got tagged out, so I'm told to come up here and help you out. At this stage, I'm still trying to work out if it's a promotion or a demotion, but we'll see how we go. Okay, attention in the pits. Driver, a bad influence. Or bad influence, you're expected at the ramp immediately, please. Bad influence to the ramp. Yeah, Craig, so just, like I said, a bit of a change of roles this morning, but always good to be next to you, commentating these great craft out on the water.
You and I, of course, Nate, we did see this beautiful Odin, the twin turbo of Ryan Constable at St George recently.
Yeah, well, the Constable Brothers team, they've certainly committed to the sport. This team previously running in ski racing, but they've changed their attention to circuit racing, which is certainly a benefit for our sport. But yeah, this boat's only been in the water about 12 months, but what a presence they've already got.
Given away a big lead already, but those coming around this flexi strut. Bridge turn. On to our main straight, ladies and gentlemen. Who's it going to be? Look at this thing, Barry.
So up the pony end, we're from local. Landon Berger on the inside.
What wonderful racing we got here on the Hawkesbury, ladies and gentlemen. It's still racing there. Come on the inside on the Angel Composite. Three corner.
Straight away to greet the checkered flag for the first time. Second place, David Berger, Chevy Chase. The Chester boys in fury. The third place. So a fantastic first heat, but looks as though Craig might have given the commentator's curse to poor old Odin. As soon as I had a couple of good things to say about him, unfortunately they pulled off the back straight away and had to pull off the course. So, but as I mentioned, the commitment that this team has got, no doubt they'll get that boat back to the ramp, back to the pits, get it all sorted. I'm pretty sure that's certainly not the last time we'll see it this weekend.
No, mate, I tell you what, mate, if that don't turn you on, you ain't got a switch. Those first two laps, the two local boys, you know, Dean on the outside and Damon on the inside, side by side. Yeah, basically know every kilolitre of water in this beautiful river.
Well, actually, it turns out every entrant in that heat are pretty much locals. Dean Barry's probably the furthest away, based over in Penrith Way. But yeah, all other entrants in that heat are all Hawkesbury locals. So yeah, they certainly know this course pretty well. And yeah, it showed it, especially for Damon Berger being able to keep it nice and tight in lane 1 the whole race. Dean Barry, a little more speed around the outside in lanes 2 and 3, but a very fast heat. And as far as I understand it, the race times for all of these heats will be recorded, and to organise the official sort of placings for all of these heats, to work out pole positions for the next round of racing a little later in the program.
We're just going to get our pole positions for heat 2, Nate. Just, we'll, throughout the day, we'll have a number of our people here from the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club going around the spectator areas, selling raffle tickets. 2 packages, first prize, 2 packages to the Crown Plaza Hawkesbury, 2 nights accommodation for 2 adults. at the Crown Plaza, Hawkesbury Valley. Also 3 nights on the Gold Coast, staying at the Chevron Renaissance Tower Surface Paradise for a family of 4 in a 2-bedroom apartment overlooking the ocean, valued at over $800, thanks to the Sherry family and Rap Racing. Also another prize from Auto One Car Care Kits. We're just talking about Dean Barry. One of the prizes is a race kit from Schuster Culprit, being a shirt, hat and cooler. And also, and one of our big sponsors this weekend, CMS Plumbing, Abigail Craig Stoner, providing shirts and jumpers. So great raffle there. Ladies and gents will be going around the spectator areas throughout the day.
Gonna have to work on the audio. It's getting tinny now with those commentators.
What a stellar field we've got coming up, ladies and gentlemen. The Madman from Moorbank, Jamie McCutcheon in Bulldog. Chris Hearn, I believe, in Explicit, the red boat, powered by Ford Barra, the Barracuda. Bad Influence, the black boat, driven by Daryl Quinn. And the 2023 Marge Watson winner, attained at the Adelaide Speedway Club in May this year. This guy, can he drive? Reckless. He's from all the way from Geelong in Victorian. Mr. Tate Ramsey. So we've got some quality already on the water this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so out of 1 we have Reckless, Tate Ramsey. Out of 2, Bad Influence, Daryl Quinn. Explicit, Chris Hearn out of 3, and Bulldog, Jamie McCutcheon out of 4. Stella Field here coming up, Nathan Mills.
And we touched on now that first heat happened to all be Hawkesbury locals, and still Explicit, relatively local to the Upper Hawkesbury area. Same with Bad Influence, but we have Bulldog and Reckless from below the border. So a couple of Mexicans in this one. Second heat of the Bad Boat National Drivers Championship. Something new that's been organised for this year. Explicit was a little late to the starting lineup. Managed to get there and lined up, but up the front, Reckless on the inside, Bulldog on the outside. They're coming up to Hancock, it's a man on the inside, Kane Lansing, Kane and the captain of the outside. So coming down to grab the yellow flag. Side by side. With the slight advantage, so Reckless ends up on the inside of the leaping home in second place. Daryl Quinn home in third. In fourth will be the Chris Hearn Explicit. I tell you what, Nathan, for 2 laps side by side, and life doesn't get any better. Certainly not, certainly not. And I do have to correct myself. It's only the second race. I've got to eat my words for the second time already because I claimed Bulldog was in the state boat and the forcing to it. So apologies to the Bulldog team. Also at the New South Wales boat is Bulldog, so apologies for that. But Reckless, the actual Victorian boat in that heat, it was only that last lap that he managed to get the nose cleanly out in front and end up coming up trumps in this first qualifying heat. Well, their first heat. It's actually heat number 2 in this round 1 of racing in the Bad Boat National Drivers Championship. So we'll see if we can get, there's a few people who know a little bit more about this National Drivers Championship. We'll try and get a bit more information and explain the whole point situation and how the rounds work. And I assume Windsor Spectacular 2023 is only the first round of the overall championship. We'll let you know later in the program where the following rounds will be run. Well, we've got Heat 3 on the water next with Immortal, Avigo and Arisen. And then there will be a 4th heat with Unleashed, Tough Enough and Mongoose. So 4 heats of bad boats, blown boats.
Yep.
Most of them are still the traditional root style supercharger bolted on the top of the V8, but as we know, Explicit, the glorified taxi motor, if you like, with the turbocharged Ford Barra motor. Something new, something a bit different.
being something a little bit different we've got coming up here, Nate. We've got Ryan Hall, great to see Ryan back in the Arisen boat, but at the Pro Charger motor.
Yeah, so still your sort of pushrod V8 style base engine, but a belt-driven Pro Charger mounted on the front of that engine, so pushing the extra air in through the carburetor, I believe.
And the science obviously comes from America. The science of the Pro Charger comes from America. I believe a lot of drag cars are using it over there at the moment.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see. It is probably the first major race meeting anyway for Ryan Hall in quite some time. And he used to run a 6-litre boat called Solace, if people can remember that, a few years ago. He's been off the water for a little while, but fantastic to see his racing program arisen, pardon the pun. So back out on the water, fantastic to see. And as we just mentioned, fantastic to see another team that's doing something a little bit different, trying to get an advantage in another way. Obviously, a lot of these other existing teams are able to get a lot of, I'm going to say old school knowledge, only in the sense because that style of configuration has been around for quite some time. But obviously, latest model technology when it comes to valve trains and induction systems, and no doubt some of them are running injection and all that kind of stuff. But dare I say, your older school, older style, root style supercharger bolted on the top. But as we know, Craig, anyone thinking of playing in this class, they know that they've got to get their stuff sorted, and just to try and stay with the field, let alone get up the pointy end. So very competitive class. Obviously, one of probably the 2 or 3 premier classes in powerboat racing in Australia.
Looks like we're coming up at the start here, Nate. So we got out of 1, Immortal. We got Mark Yauchi, Abigail, Craig Storner, and Arisen out of 3.
So we're just waiting on Arisen on the outside, but the flag is dropped. We're not waiting for him. One of the Victorian boats up for the weekend. I can confirm that. And boats go side by side. Turbocharged, Abigail, supercharged, total. Very interesting to see how these two go. And Arisen, well, just putting up at the end of the plate. At the moment, Craig Storm is still trying to go with him. Only a handful of boat lengths behind. The yellow flag comes out. Arisen has dropped off the pace. Still under his own power. But Immortal takes the yellow flag. 1 lap to go for Immortal. Arisen pulls to the inside of the course, so unfortunately not finish that. Into our weekend turn for the final time in this first qualifying heat.
Yeah, so coming on to the MSC signs, front straight, bottom time, put your hands together. The boy from Epping in Melbourne, Victoria, takes the win. Local boy Craig Storner in Abigail takes second. Unfortunately, Ryan Hall stopped in the middle of the course. We're missing the third boat here, Nate. Oh, hang on, the third boat was Arisen, sorry.
Correct.
So there we go. I tell you what, the first couple of laps of all 3 heats so far, they've been side-by-siders.
As we mentioned, very competitive class, and the racing has proved that so far already. We did see Arisen drop off the pace, but because this is a qualifying heat for a championship, we did see him try and continue on, but decided to switch it off just to be safe. Looks as though he's got the power sorted and got the boat back underway.
Just meant I had to run.
And so 3 heats down, 1 heat to go in this first round of qualifying heats for the Bad Boat National Drivers Championship. Sponsored by our good friend Lindsay Johnson at Flexi Strut. So our next 3 boats out on the water, Brett Shepherd, Unleashed. Brett, from a place called, I think it's pronounced Gruyere. It's near a place called Yarra Glen in Victoria. The hull is a child's play. It's a 526 cubic inch Keith Black engine. It's good sponsors, of course, B&D Heating and Cooling, Eastern Marine and Glenwell's Engines. So Brett was highly appreciative. Had a few problems early on yesterday, but he recorded quick time, mate. Geez, he was quick. Tough enough Dave Clark, the blue machine, of course, the veteran race. Great to see him back from Adelaide. And a further South Australian, of course, Trevor Stanley in Mongoose. He comes out of pole 3. Yeah, it's good to see all these blown boat drivers. They've stepped up the commitment. We've got 14 or 15 of them here this weekend, so fantastic entry list for the blown boats. A great indication of how much this new Bad Boat National Drivers Championship sort of means to these guys. So yeah, fantastic to see these guys. And obviously, while we've got a little bit of a lull, I have to give a big shout out to the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club. First major race meeting here on the Hawkesbury for a couple of years, courtesy of COVID and floods, and as we can see, a bit of an unfortunate visual, painful reminder of some of the damage that's happened here on the Hawkesbury. Obviously, the Upper Hawkesbury Clubhouse is uninhabitable, if you want to call it that, and we've obviously got this dirty, great big gap in the middle of the viewing area, courtesy of Mother Nature, but it's an absolute credit to the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club committee, crew, volunteers, and everyone who've managed to pull this, not only this major event together, but obviously just the fact they've been able to keep club racing going. Yeah, so as mentioned, the amount of effort the Upper Hawkesbury Committee, club, volunteers and crew, it is a credit to them that they've managed to be able to keep racing happening here, considering the challenges that have been put before them. So well done. And just the race program for this weekend is just a testament to the amount of support that the Australian powerboat drivers what this event means to them by showing up in their numbers here this weekend. So fantastic to see. And also, while we're waiting for this fourth heat to warm up, just a reminder that the bar is open for the weekend, or for the day. Obviously, it's not a 24-hour bar, but the bar is open. It is on the Windsor Township side of the Stricken Clubhouse. So the alcoholic beverages, you have to head around that way. There is food vans on both sides of the clubhouse. You might want to just have a bit of a walk around and see what's available. And there is a coffee van over in the pit area side of the clubhouse as well. So plenty of options to keep yourselves fed and watered all weekend here at the Windsor Spectacular. And obviously we know that there's going to be plenty of sun and a bit of warmth all weekend, so please keep hydrated in whichever way you choose. And please slip, slop, slap and wrap, as they say, as much as you can. We've got a long weekend, a long race program of action to come. We certainly don't need anyone going home early because they've dried out or got a little bit of extra sun. So please be conscious of that throughout the weekend. We'd love to see you here. So as Craig mentioned, the entrance in this race 6, heat number 4 for the Bad Boat National Drivers Championship. We will have Unleash out of 1, Toughen Up out of 2, and Mongoose out of 3. So I mentioned the first heat, all local boats. This heat, all interstate boats. So all of the race times for these heats are registered to work out the final placings for round 1. And those placings will determine pole positions for round 2 a little later in the program. And then the combined points of those 2 rounds determine pole positions for the heats and the repechage late in the afternoon.
Hello. How are you? You good? What have you been up to?
My good friend Craig Lynn mentioned this race class sponsored by FlexiStrut.
Yeah, interesting, but we're much better now.
We appreciate all the sponsors in all the classes and racing overall
So,
this weekend.
It's about to get
very
very
much
loud. I'll
appreciate
probably
their
have to call
support.
you back.
Flag is up. Heat number 4, Unleashed, Toughen Up, Mongoose.
Okay, bye.
Everyone holds their breath as they get around the first turn. Pretty much well behaved. Unleashed on the inside. Unleashed with the slight advantage at the moment. Oh, it's yellow flag out for Unleashed. Hopefully stop on the course. Stays nice and tight. Well done, Brett Shepherd. Because it's the time that goes towards the pole position for round 2, which makes the first scalp of his race program for this weekend. Crosses the line in second. Out comes the black flag so the boats can return to the ramp. There was a little bit of a whistle or a winding noise for Mongoose as they backed off coming into that turn. So it's going to be interesting to see just what sort of damage, dare we say, has occurred. These guys up from South Australia, so no doubt they're going to be working hard to make sure their weekend isn't over. Obviously no idea yet what the issue is. But that's it for the first round of heats in the Bad Boat National Drivers' Championship. There's still another 2 or 3 rounds of racing for these blown boats to come just today. So that's just the first cap off the rank, so to speak. Next race on the water will be the 6-litre Menace Trophy, which is also incorporating points for the Trojan Trophy.
No, you can move it if you want.
So 6-litre displacements, next class on the water. We will hopefully get word from officials in a little while what the end result was after that first round of race times for the blown boats. And we'll be able to hopefully report into you the pole positions for round 2. And as you mentioned, the 6-litre Menace Trophy up next, which is incorporating points for the Trojan Trophy. We're going to get a bit more information about the Trojan Trophy in a few minutes. But that's another exciting multiple round race series for the 6-litre displacements. And that's another class that the boat owners and drivers have shown their support in great numbers as well. So the first heat we will have Rastus, Tough Enough, LM Raceware and Impulse. Second heat is Quiver, Melody and Shenanigans. A couple of 5-litre boats stepping up to run with the 6 litres in that one. And the third heat is Rooters, Lock and Load and Mixed Up. So 3 heats of the Menace Trophy Menace Trophy and the Trojan Trophy. So again, just another reminder of the food and drink that is on offer. The bar is open on the Windsor Township side of the clubhouse. Unfortunately, you do have to walk around the back to get to either side. As mentioned, we've got this unfortunate big hole right in the middle of the traditional viewing area and out the front of the clubhouse, which you can plainly see why we can't use that area, unfortunately. So no doubt the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club is working with the local council to try and get that rectified as soon as we can. Same with the clubhouse itself. There was actually 2 floods ago that building sustained some damage. But there are a lot of locals and certainly the Powerboat Racing Club are very keen to see things progress with the, as I understand, the replacement of a clubhouse. This existing structure will have to be demolished and a new structure will go up in its place. But unfortunately, as we know, these things don't happen overnight, so we've got to do what we can. And like I said, the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club have done the best they can and done an excellent job in making it work for them. And it's certainly to the benefit of powerboat racing in this country. I did say the next race on the water was going to be the 6-litre boats, but turns out I've got a missing race sheet, so
Just while you're getting that missing race sheet, Nate, just down
so yes, this next race is the 95 mile an hour class. So our three entrants, Hombre, End Game, and Timeout. So 95 mile an hour class. So the main condition or restriction of this class is you can pretty much run any engine combination you like, as long as you keep it under 8 litre displacement, and you restrict your speed to 95 mile an hour. So that is at any point in time. It's not as if it's an average race time or average race speed. All of these boats in the 95, and there is a 105 class happening a little bit later in the program. These boats carry GPS units with them, and they get checked at the end of every race, and if at any point of the race they go over the top of that dedication or nominated speed, this one being the 95 mile an hour, and a little bit later the 105, but yeah, this race, if these guys even register 95.1, they'll get a warning. They are disqualified from any points or any finishing of that race. They can still continue, but if it happens multiple times throughout the weekend, they are effectively out for the rest of the weekend. So we're just waiting on the course to settle. Wait for these three boats. Timeout, End Game, and Combro. So the three boats line up in the first of the 95 mile an hour races this weekend. Flag is down and away they go. I think it's the most Hombre out in front. Out of pole 2, End Game goes round nice and tight. The boat Timeout on the outside. Falling back a little bit at the moment. Hombre. Handful of boat lengths out in front at the moment. End Game goes round nice and tight. You can see him hugging the turn boys. Almost kissing those boys. Keeping the boat nice and tight. The length line nice and tight. As we mentioned, all of these drivers have to keep their boats under 95. If they go over, they get a bit of a slap on the wrist. Disqualified from any points or placings. So all three boats get to the yellow flag. Time out. Almost picking the back out. You can see a little wing on the back of that Timeout boat. So it's only a little boat compared to the other two running 95 mile an hour. End Game looks as though they've slowed up a little bit at the end of the back straight. So Hombre clearly out in front at the moment. Unless he's done a little bit of a miscalculation on the laps or what, I don't know, but it looks as though End Game has eased up. Hombre comes across the line to take the checker flag. Timeout comes across the line to grab the second place. He was running third. all race, but seems to be an issue for the boat end game. So an unfortunate finish there for the boat end game.
It is end of game.
So next race up on the program is indeed the 6-litre Menace Trophy, which is also incorporating points or racing for the Trojan Trophy. And so in just a minute, Craig, I'll throw down to you. You're going to talk to someone more closely involved in the Trojan Trophy. So we'll get plenty of info about this racing series off you right now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks indeed, Nate. Someone very special to a lot of us here in powerboat racing. He's a good mate to a lot of us. Laurie can do so. Laurie, a very big welcome to you, and you're one of the big movers and holders of the Trojan. Let us know a little bit about the series and what it's about.
Well, it's in memory of Larry Martin, who tragically had an accident at Bundaberg in 2004. His passion was 6-litre racing. His idol was Menace Hall, and the most important race for him to win was come to Windsor to win the Menace Cup. Next year will mark the 20th year since his passing. We've been doing a series for the past 12 years now, and here at Windsor, this is round 1. We go to Raymond Terrace in October for round 2, Yarrawonga next year for 3, and then the final place where it all happened in Bundaberg, July next year.
I know the people at Bundaberg are really looking forward to it, and that will be the ultimate.
Yeah, that'll be it. I mean, 20 years, it's a long time to be doing it. Like everything, we'd like to go further and keep going, but I think it comes a time when enough is enough. And probably the biggest reason is there's probably not too many drivers around that ever raced against Larry. From memory, I think there's probably only 2 or 3 that are still competing in the class that did race against him. So I think 20 years is a good time.
Currently here at Windsor, we've got some good boats.
Oh, this is going to be a cracker event. You know, you've got Shenanigans, a past winner. You've got Lock and Load, which is Chris Warden's old boat, which is a 3-time winner. Who else is there? Brendan Mason. You know, a good pole could be the difference. So yeah, it's going to be good.
We've seen in the unlimited racing already today. We've seen some side-by-siders for 2 laps. We're going to see plenty of that in the Trojan today.
I'm pretty sure we will. You know, Windsor's a sort of a little tight course, so it does even the boats up a bit. And like I say, you know, pole 1, not necessarily the best pole nowadays because you've got to keep it tight. So 2 or 3 might be it. So poles will determine things, I think.
If Larry's looking down upon us now, what have you reckon he's talking about?
You want to know how fast these guys are going, what they've got, and how they've done it. He never ran the same thing twice, really. There was lots of changes. When he got beaten, he went home and changed things to try to make the boat, the engine, the whole combination better. He was very determined to try to stay at the front of the field, which is really, really hard, especially in this class.
And of course, probably compared to when he was driving to now, he'd be saying, geez, the advances.
Oh, for sure, you know, I think it was 1990 we went to Griffith, ran a kilo, he broke Dennis's kilo record, I think at about 116 miles an hour. Now I reckon a kilo run, some of these boats would probably do 136 miles an hour, so big advance.
All right, mate. Well, Well, on behalf of everyone, thanks for your friendship, thanks for what you do for the trade. Both the Can-Do-So and the Gardner families, thanks very much. We hope you have a great time, and I don't know if you can guarantee side by side, but we might have the next best thing.
Oh, definitely, Craig. Yeah. And once again, thanks very much to the Upholstery Powerboat Club for inviting us here once again. This is the home of powerboat racing in Australia.
All right, we'll certainly see the Can-Do-Sos in the bar a little bit later this afternoon.
Quite possible.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, one of the movers of the Trojan series, Mr. Laurie Can-Do-So. Thank you, Laurie.
Thanks.
So folks, we've just been given the consolidated times and placings of the first round of the
Probably nothing that's going to be heavy enough in the world.
Bad Boat National Drivers Championship heat. So as mentioned, these race times, these consolidated times and placings will affect the, not affect, but yeah, basically they organise the pole positions for the next round of heats, which will be a little later in the program. So fastest was Unleashed. Second was Reckless, so 2 Victorian boats out in the pointy end already. Bulldog, an honorary Victorian boat, because I call them that while they're on the water, apologies for that, but anyway. Bulldog, third fastest. Immortal, fourth. She's the Culprit. Have a Go, Chevy Chase, Tough Enough, Fury, Explicit, and Bad Influence. Bad Influence incurred a 1 lap penalty, and then the boats Odin and Arisen and the Mongoose unable to finish, but will no doubt be back in for round 2 of racing to try and make good on whatever the issues they had in that first round.
I just went round the other side of the old tower there, Nathan, was round with the corporate hospitality. We've got our good friends from Blown Away Models there, selling all the good gear. We've got a number of food and refreshment areas. Of course, the Upper Hawkesbury Club Powerboat Club bar. There's another number of places you can get a really good food and a drink. We have, and I started to literally cry when I saw it, we have the Daniel Needham sprint car there. For anyone that isn't aware, we've received news in the last couple of days that Gleeson Creek Speedway, the brand new one, won't be running this season for various reasons. Of course, the crews loving the Norm Saney owned Pro Alcohol funny car. That is on display and will be fired up during the day. And we've got a number of vintage boats also there.
Yeah, fantastic to see. Plenty to look at and check out in between the action on the water. I think there's even a few panel vans and I don't know if it's a panel van or a youth club or something like that, but yeah, plenty of cool things to look at when we potentially got a little bit of a break in the on-water action. But now I say that, we're back into the on-water action. So our first boats in the first heat of the 6-litre Menace Trojan. Rastus, LM Raceware, Up and Up, and the Impulse. So 4 boats, 4 very quick boats in this first heat. The boat Rastus showing plenty of speed. I remember they ran at the Windsor Spectacular down at Darville a few months ago, and they were right up in the pointy end of the field. I believe they might be running their what they call their club race motor this weekend. It's not their full-on race motor, but no doubt they're going to be given a red-hot go no matter what. But again, just another indication of the level of commitment from some of these guys. Not only the fact that they're in the first place, but they've done a lot of work on their boats. Few boats about make changes and repairs, all in the aid of going faster, Craig.
Just going to make mention there, Nate, about a few details about some of our boats on the water. Steve Rarity, driver of Rapsters. It's an Evercraft powered by a Ford Yates SVO. Proud sponsors are West Cranes, Oman Race Engines, Brett's Maintenance and Welding. Of course, the man, the young fella, the son of Dave Clark, James Clark, driver of Toughen Up, an Evercraft 6-litre Dodge powered Simons Clark Logistics sponsorship. Brendan Mason, driver of Impulse. Impulsive, beg your pardon. Or Impulse. It's an Evercraft 6-litre Chev, 362 cubic inch, and proudly sponsored by Universal C&C. LM Racewear, young Jaden Mayfield, become a father recently. LM Racewear, it's a Bruce Everingham Hull, 6-litre, 360 cubic inch Chev, powers this boat. Proudly sponsored by AKS Excavations and Lynn Mayfield Racewear. So got some wonderful support behind our 4 competitors out on the water. This is Heat 1, sponsored by Primary Plumbing.
Lots of heat stuff, lots of people stuff.
So officials just giving our pole boat, driven by Bruce Stengate, the okay to bring our 4 contestants down the water. I tell you what, Nathan Mills, Heat 1, quality with a capital Q.
That's for sure. You already touched on Rastus, Toughen Up, LM Racewear and Impulse. So we've got all the boats lined up. Looks as though an unfortunate non-starter might be Impulse. Unable to make the start, so unfortunate for the Impulse team, but flag goes down, Toughen Up, out of the middle. Rastus on the inside, but the light blue, Toughen Up. It's the nose out in front at the end of the front straightaway. Clean first turn for everybody. Jaden Mayfield trying to get back on this not wanting to drop off the pace too far.
Sorry.
So these boats doing a full 3.5 laps of this Windsor race course. Toughen Up, just negotiated loss from the starting process there. Got the nose up a little high, bit of the rocket and the rolling. So 2.5 laps completed. The yellow flag comes out. Toughen Up. just coming out of Armour, Thomas, on the Windsor crossing, next train, James Clark, Jaden Mayfield, just coming out of Armour, Thomas, Jaden Mayfield has stopped pushing Restus, Steve Rarity into second place. The finish first, your first thing you must finish, as they say, checkered flag, CMS Plumbing, checkered flag, going to James Clark in tough enough. He takes the win. Steve Rearing, the two blue boats, first and second. Unfortunately, Jaden Mayfield stopping with a lap to go, and in poles Brendan Mason not even getting off the line, Nate. Yes, unfortunate start there for the Menace Trophy and Trojan Trophy campaign for Impulse. And also to, I must admit, I'm not too sure if it's Jaden or Darren driving LM Raceware. We'll have to get clarification on that, but fantastic to see this LM Raceware team still out on the water. 3 generations of powerboat races. As mentioned, 3 generations of races in the LM Raceware team. We've just had confirmation it is Jaden Mayfield driving LM Raceware, so the 3rd generation powerboat racer. Patriarch of the family, Charlie Mayfield, former Commodore of the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club and former National APBA President, so very respected in the powerboat racing community is Charlie. If I could just make mention, I tell you what, his son Darren and grandson Jaden, they'll run away from the microphone at 100 mile an hour, but I tell you what, you were just talking about the legend himself, Charlie. He likes it, chat. Yeah, he's certainly great value, is Charlie Mayfield. Just quickly, mate, one of our great sponsors here this weekend, all at Windsor Truck Bits. We understand the importance of reliability and high quality truck parts for your company. As a leading supplier in the Hawkesbury and the surrounding areas for over 20 years, we're committed in providing quality products and exceptional service for all your truck requirements. Been one of the new sponsors here at Windsor for this big meeting, Windsor Truck Bits. Get in and support those people that support our sport, mate.
I was going to say, could you ask Dan to zoom a bit more?
Yes, Craig, certainly. We cannot make this event happen or any powerboat racing event happen without the support of our fantastic
Not now, but during the races.
sponsors.
His shot now is good, but during the races we need more boat.
And also the other suppliers and partners we've got. Obviously, someone involved has provided this semi-trailer to be able to run our temporary control tower out of. Got our AV team helping out, doing a fantastic job as usual.
I just lost Dan altogether.
And the army of volunteers and helpers that put these things together. So the next piece of the Menace Trophy, Trojan Trophy. So we've got the boats Quiver out of 1, Melody out of 2, and Shenanigans out of 3. We did quickly touch on it earlier, but 2 of these boats, Quiver, the beautiful looking blue boat, and Melody, the orange and blue boat. They're both traditionally 5-litre boats, but they've stepped up to run in this 6-litre Trojan Trophy Series and the Menace Trophy here at the Windsor Spectacular. And even though these boats have been presented spectacularly, especially Quiver, it's an absolutely pretty special looking boat, especially when you get up close. The amount of effort, the amount of detail that team has gone to is second to none. But also the Melody team, the amount of race meetings that these guys turn up at, especially in New South Wales, it's pretty impressive. So shout out to the Melody team, Kilpatrick family, another one of those examples of multi-generational powerboat races.
You were just talking, sorry Nate, you were just talking about Justin Frankham and the beautiful airbrushing on the Quiver boat, the Evercraft, the 5.2 litre, 314 cubic inch Evercraft. Not only the airbrushing on the boat, go and have a look at their team shirts. Absolutely outstanding. Some of these teams are really raising the bar now.
They certainly are, and yes, as I mentioned, the amount of effort and detail that they've gone in fitting this boat out, the end result is absolutely beautiful, so fantastic. And that's not to dismiss any of the other teams either. Everyone goes to a lot of effort, primarily to make these things go fast, but it's obviously a little more impressive if they look good while they're doing it. So some of these things, if you don't get the chance throughout the day, make sure you do once the racing's over. You're able to go for a bit of a walk through the pits. If you do go through the pits, you do need to be aware that there's no smoking or no drinking in the pit area, and you do need enclosed footwear, so no thongs or bare feet or Crocs with big holes in the front of them. We need enclosed footwear if you're in the pit area, and especially no smoking and definitely no drinking. So as mentioned, you are welcome to come into the pit area, but if you do, please be very aware of any moving trailers and vehicles while you're doing so. Over to you, Craig.
Out of one, Quiver, two, we got Melody, Shenanigans, the favourite out of three, and a great start on the Windsor truck, back straight. Shenanigans, coming out of Flexi Truck, Bridge turn onto the MCSN. Signs right straight. Look at the silver ball itself. Shenanigans. First place, you know, big elbows, launch your battery. Because coming out of Rainbow Commons on the next straight. The truck is back straight. There's no still hungry. Ready to break up and Melody.
So we've got Chris Pugsley at the wheel on Shenanigans out in front. Again, 2 laps to go. As we mentioned, Shenanigans is the leader boat in this heat. The most leader but Chris Hobbs, he's not going to sit down. He doesn't own the boat. Chris has been given the job this thing. But if anyone is looking to run in the 6-litre displacement class, just watch this play. Chris Pugh, part of the Jarvis team, does an amazing job at the wheel of the Silver Bullet, as Craig Lee called it a minute ago. All 3 boats on their last lap. But here comes Pugs, first across the line, really out in front. Put the nose up a little high coming down this front straight away, getting the ticket flag. But that's how he loves to run it. He gets that nose up just at the right height, and the speed that this thing's able to run, it just sits beautifully on the water, Craig.
Yeah, and you and I have been around a bit, Nathan, and we quite often see in races like King of the River, we see Chris stepping up against the big blown boats, and I tell you what, he certainly holds his own, and generally with a lap to go, he's nipping away at the heels of some of the big blown boats.
He certainly does, and we could probably comfortably expect to see that a little later this weekend as well, as some of these open races, open trophies with the program later in the weekend. We'll see some of these smaller capacity boats step up and run it against the big guys. Probably this race course is almost ideal for the 6-litre boats. The big blown boats obviously love it as well, but especially the bigger ones, they carry a little bit of extra weight, a little bit of extra momentum. So the big boats never got to back off a bit earlier so they can slow up for the corners. But these 6-litre boats, you can almost compare these 6-litre boats as the V8 supercar equivalent of powerboat racing. Very similar when it comes to engine capacity. And certainly the amount of money and effort that the guys put into these teams, that's for sure.
Yeah, you made a good point, Nathan. I'm just having a look there. You're talking about, you know, Chris in shenanigans. They can virtually run pin to pin, but with some of the bigger boats, you know, some of the older boats like the Evercraft, the 21-footer of Dave Clark, very quick in a straight line, but they struggle a little bit getting in and out of the corners, like the 6 litres. But I tell you what, we're talking to Laurie Canduce
We just happened to Bill.
regarding you know, the Trojan and ultimate heats of the Menace and all that for 6 litres.
No.
These things are absolutely flying. We've got a quality field, as we do with our unlimited displacement. We've got some big races over the next couple of days. Weather conditions near perfect. Top temperature of around about 32 today. Ladies and gents, get those big hats out. Get the plus 15, the plus 30. We certainly don't want anyone suffering from any heat stroke. And I can say, Nathan, I'm at a skin specialist every 3 months with moles and whatever getting checked, so we really need to cover up.
That's for sure. We did mention that there's plenty of options for refreshments and keeping hydrated. Whether that hydration happens to be alcoholic, that's up to you guys. Plenty of options either way. Especially as the weekend continues on, and as we know, this warmer heat, it's not going anywhere. It's going to be here all weekend. So just like that last heat, 2 of the boats, 5 litres, stepping up to run with the 6 litres. The pink and black boat, mixed up, is also doing the same thing in this next race. Traditionally 5 litre displacement, stepping up into the 6 litre. So we've got lock and load, 6 litre, and rooters, 6 litre. Again, mixed up. Rooters is up from Victoria or South Australia. I must admit, I'm not exactly sure. I think it's Victoria. Lock and load down from the mid-north coast.
From Wingham, don't say Tari, nearly belted me when I said that yesterday, so he's known as a Wingham wonder.
Well, there you go, that's why I said the mid-north coast, I played it safe. But, mixed up another one of the local Upper Hawkesbury boats. If you look across the river off in the distance, you can see the Blue Mountains, and one of those slightly more distant hills over the back is the home of Mixed Up. So, not too far to head home this afternoon.
Of course, Mick Hockley and Mixed Up. It's great for us commentators. It's very easy to pick on the water of that beautiful pink boat. It's a Child's Play hull, a 6 litre 4-power, proudly sponsored by MJH Transport and Wheeler Race Engines. Of course, his young bloke Jack has been competing regularly in Formula Future racing as well, mate.
Yep, another one of these teams where we've got multiple generations competing. We did see the young bloke on the water earlier in the day, and it's great to see the whole family getting involved. Mum and Dad helping out down on the bank. And now that the Formula Future or the junior racing is over, it's now Dad's turn to get in. And no doubt the young bloke's the official crew chief for the rest of the weekend, rest of the day anyway. So here we go. Runners 1, lock and load 2, mixed up on the outside.
So coming out of Flexi Strut onto the CN front straight, we've got, oh look at this dual lock and load, just over the Turkey's third is Mick Hotley. Lock and load and Runners. Doing it right, up the front. Mixed up, having a little trouble getting the power down over the water, but the Runners sitting down the back straight away now. Very close to that leading boy was rock and roll, but safely around it, I understand. Tricky to navigate the crosswalk as they come on. The front straight away. 2 laps to go. Both of these folks hope the turn forward, make this race forward as short as they can. No doubt these race times will be recorded to go towards points and placing for the remaining of racing. So yellow flag, 1 lap to go. Yellow flag. Nose up nice and high, came down on the right hand side, managing to get the boat nice and straight and back underway. Second play now, lock and load, keeps the go pedal down. Cross the line. Runners in second place. And the 5-litre boat mixed up, crosses the line in the 6-litre Menace Trophy and Trojan Trophy combined. But as you mentioned, Craig, these 6-litre boats show plenty of pace. I don't know, we'll have to have a look at the race times just to see how they might compare to the flown boats. But a very quick race course so far this weekend. Yeah, certainly will be. And the winger one there, Ryan McIntosh, the Abringham, it's a round-shaped 6-litre. Their sponsors, of course, Speedblade, KDP Engineering and McGrath Meeks there. But, of course, all the way from Adelaide, South Australia, the second boat there, Rooters, Mark Ebenreuter. Great job in second. And the local boy, Mick Hockley, in third. I remember a couple of years ago, Nath, we were in the, where we were at the Berry Hotel, so it must have been one of the big meetings at Berry, and the McIntosh family and all the crew, they were just they're scratching their heads. They just lost 5 miles per hour. They just couldn't find where it was. And I remember Ryan saying to me, he said, Craig, that losing 5 miles an hour, you may as well not compete against guys like, Chrissy Pokely and that, because 5 miles an hour in this class is like 100 miles and a lot of others.
Yes, we mentioned just the pace that some of these 6-litre boats have, and yeah, it's so competitive, this class. We've probably got some bigger entry numbers in the blown boats, but in terms of closeness of racing, it's pretty hard to go past this 6 litre displacement class. Very competitive, very close, and pretty much well behaved. There are some examples when bit of a blood rush to the head and whatever, but generally pretty well behaved as the 6 litre guys.
A really big thank you going out to Rob Calvert there of Catcorp. They design and construct industrial buildings and lease storage garages and buildings. They've been involved in boat racing since the early 80s. The first boat was a partnership with Rob Constable in a 6 litre 18-foot Everingham. They drove a variety of other boats that were built as an injected big block in a 18-foot Everingham called Pirate, which won the Australian titles in '83. We've got a race coming up, Nate.
Yes, first of our unlimited outboard Ron Beasley Point Series races. 2 Impulsive, Cracker Racing, Mainland Dinos. Get some nose out in front, that's Mainland Dinos. Out of the pole 2 in the middle.
But it's Simon Troy heading into Flexi Strut. On the inside, Adam Breen is charged up in Cracker Plumbing. Look at this drag race onto the MSC signs, front straight. Beg your pardon, so that's the Cracker Plumbing boat leading up from Mainline Dialogue and Jared Smith in 3rd place.
These unlimited tunnel boats, we just mentioned about how the 6 litre boats are well behaved. Fingers crossed these tunnel boats overheard what I mentioned and they also do so. But certainly so far, they have very fast. These, dare I say, little outboards, certainly little in terms of engine displacement compared to some of our inboard classes, but no shortage of speed and outright pace. Very fast indeed, especially Cracker Racing out in front. Simon Troy, Mainline Dinos, trying to go with him. And the 3rd boat, 2 Impulsive.
Yellow flag coming out, Nate. And I tell you what, Cracker Plumbing, what a cracking pace he has set heading into Amcor Composite. Oh, he's now currently on the Windsor truck bed's back straight. It ain't able to the fat lady sing, but he's got a big lead over Simon Troy in 2nd. Next along is Jared Smith, all the way from the Adelaide Speedboat Club in Adelaide. Then out to, coming up to the CMS Plumbing, checkered flag, the Craig Stormer Abigail, checkered flag going out to Adam Breen in Cracker Plumbing. He takes the win. Simon Troy in 2nd, mate.
Simon Troy, 2nd place. Mainline Dinos, sorry. Very fast these boats, even 3rd place, 2 Impulsive, crosses the line. Very light construction, these outboard tunnel boats. As I mentioned, they've only got little outboards on the back. Like I said, they're only little in terms of comparison, some of these unlimited inboards, that's for sure. But outright pace, no doubt we're going to see, we mentioned about the likes of a couple of the 6 litres, the likes of Chris Pugsley and Shenanigans stepping up to run in the unlimited or the open classes at the end of this race program. No doubt we're going to see a couple of these unlimited outboard tunnel boats in there too, Craig.
I tell you what, Adam Breen, I remember when the young fella started off in Formula 3 and geez, the advancements the young fella's made, and he's got Todd Leary on the crew this weekend, and if there is anything Todd doesn't know, it's not worth knowing, you know. So he's got one of the most experienced people, Todd, one of our nice guys in our sport, from the Apple Isle, Tasmania. So we've got the Monos. We saw a couple of these guys at St George recently, Nate.
We certainly did. Stealth, one of the older style bullet tunnel decks, up from Albury Way this weekend.
This is a replica 1700, by the way.
There you go. But yeah, sort of one of your older school style mono tunnel deck boats. And Evan Ruder. I did actually see Evan Ruder out in the general car park early this morning, so fingers crossed that was only because he might have been camping out here this weekend, and hopefully that boat is back in the pits or already on the ramp and in the water, because I did actually spot it out in the car park a little bit earlier, so fingers crossed. Evan Ruder.
There's a boat I'm not familiar with, but I spoke to the young fella this morning, a really nice young fella he is, and his name's Bo Biggerton. It's a force hull, it's a 225 Mercury, and he wishes to thank Force Boats. The name of the boat is the Force Awakens. Of course, Bo from the Lower Portland, so one of the local guys here, Nate.
Very closely tied into the manufacturer of these Force boats is young Bo. So these boats, quite literally, made on the banks of the Hawkesbury River down at Lower Portland. It's fantastic to see these Force boats making their way into circuit boat racing. Very successful style of boat, or brand of boat.
Come in, Dale. Come in.
In the ski racing side of things. But young Bo,
I thought that lovely lady
having a
sitting
laugh
with a face
at powerboat racing. He's been here a few times. Also run down at Dargle and a few other places. So fantastic to see him continuing that.
Sorry, I'm not actually being rude.
Introduce each other.
This style of powerboat
I
racing.
think she knows who I am. I think
No
that's
doubt
already
still
happened.
involved
I've
with
guessed
the
who
ski
she
racing
is.
in some way, shape or form. But
I'm the estranged wife. You know that.
no doubt
Estranged or just strange?
being involved in the manufacture of these sports boats, Craig, I suspect there's possibly a few extra little trick little bits and pieces built into this one, no doubt.
I'd say so. When I did speak to him this morning, I asked him a few little bits about the boat, and he had a bit of a twinkle in the eye, and he didn't divulge too much to me. But nice young fella. And
So, that
we did
screen's
see
down,
Nathan
that
Todd over
screen's
at
full.
St George recently.
Press 1 and 2 goes between them.
He was,
So
he
you
really
pick whatever's on that screen's
said to
going
me he
live.
wanted it a lot rougher at St
Whatever's
George.
on that
Well,
screen's
you know,
ready to
a lot
go.
of
So
boats
you just
don't
1
want
and
to
2
rough there at
between
all,
them.
but
Girls 1, dance 2.
the big
Do
Evan
that.
about there,
When they
or
start
Nathan
to
Todd
come,
owner.
hit
It'll
that
be
button
certainly
there that says
interesting to see
green.
how he goes down with the tight little course here out Windsor.
So you can do it now. Just
For
press
anybody,
1 or 2.
let's
Yeah,
not forget
it's as
the Upper
profound as
Hawkesbury
that.
Powerboat Club Bar is open for trade.
But the only thing
Responsible
is
service
that
of
stays
alcohol
up
and all the
until you
good
press that button there, and that brings up the
beer
green flag.
and spirit.
So we'll go back to
Responsible
Dan.
service of alcohol.
Dan's got
They're
something
located
happening.
to the left of where we're doing the commentary, to the left of
But
the
yeah,
old
the
tower.
only thing you need to do is
the
just press
old
that green
clubhouse.
button, that button there that says green.
Of course, blown away
That
models.
goes
We've
away,
got
the
a
green
number
flag
of
comes up.
food and
If shit
drink vendors
disaster
around that
happens,
side of
hit the red button.
the building,
It
that
just
side of the
goes to a
course.
screen with nothing
We got
on it.
Dan
So
Negan's
everything keeps
sprint car on
recording, but the world
display.
can't see it. I'm
The,
busting to go the loo.
Cruise,
Thanks.
You're all over that, Chris?
Lubbering, North Stoney owned.
Just realise that when it goes wrong, it goes
Alcohol
wrong.
funny car, that'll be started up a couple of times over the weekend. I thought Chief Venom and Mark Holmes a little bit earlier. That's going to be fired up. And yeah, so a lot of things here to do in between races. Let's hope, Nate, everyone on the working on it live stream through via YouTube is enjoying the coverage. People that can't make the venue today, or someone from outside of Australia or overseas. We do know that there's a lot of Americans that love this form of powerboat racing and get up in the wee hours to watch it. So hopefully everyone enjoying the coverage here from Windsor in New South Wales, Australia. We've certainly been back with beautiful weather. Probably beach weather, mate.
Yes, yeah, it's beautiful weather, and interestingly enough, there's been a bit of discussion about, especially with the proliferation of reinforced cockpits, and especially in the warmer weather. There's some interesting thoughts about popping the lids of the cockpits a bit earlier, things like that, trying to let fresh air in. But interesting to see Craig Storner in Abago in the Unlimited class. He's actually trialling a cool box. So he's got basically an esky, if you want to call it that, in the mounted in the boat, and which they put a fresh bag of ice in at the start of a race. There's some hoses that plug into the side of that, which then feed the cool water into a vest or some sort of a suit that he has on underneath his cell suit. So no doubt if any of the other drivers out there are a bit concerned about the heat being strapped inside of these cockpits, go and talk to Craig after the racing this weekend, and he'll be able to give you a bit of information. But open cockpit, mono outboards on the water at the moment. The flag goes down. Stealth out of the middle. The older style tunnel deck bullet replica. Force Awakens on the inside in pole 1, and Evan Ruder on the outside. Stealth managing to keep the nose out in front all the way down the first straightaway. The Force stays nice and tight, but Stealth keeps the nose out in front. A beautiful old boat this thing is. I mention old because this boat is actually pretty old in terms of overall age of hull. This boat having some pretty successful runs in some of the vintage and veteran events around the traps the last few months. And driver Nathan Cleaver.
Of course, our lead boat, proudly sponsored by Penrite and Basie Marine. Nathan Cleaver and his dad Rich, they do a hell of a lot of travel all over Australia. Of course, his brother Scott has recently been selected in the Aussie team for the big World Championships in Gosford in November, I believe. But it's Cleaver. He said ta-da, goodbye. Second boat, we got young Bo there, Biggerton in the Force Awakens, and in third, Nathan Todd Hunter in Evan Ruler. So these unlimited outboard mono class is building in popularity again recently. Some good fields at recent events like the Winter Spectacular down at Dargle, and as we mentioned down at St George as well, they get a number of these mono boats, as we call them. And it looks as though Nathan Cleaver managing to keep the nose of Stealth out in front. The yellow last lap flag goes out for Nathan. Young Bo Brickerton in the Force Awakens, and Evan Ruder, driven by Nathan Todd Hunter.
You want to guess how exhausting it is doing this all day?
He's building his experience. As I mentioned, he was one of the guys who's been racing at St George almost every club day, and the Winter Spectacular down at Dargle. He's only fairly new to the sport, is Nathan Todd Hunter, so fantastic to see him continuing to partake in some of the major race meetings here in New South Wales. But it is Nathan Cleaver in Stealth, the 17-foot replica bullet tunnel deck.
Thank you for that.
Force Awakens with young Bo Brickerton at the wheel, takes second place, and Nathan Todd Hunter in Evan Ruder in third place. So a successful run there by the three outboard monos. Pretty clean run by all three drivers. And generally pretty reliable, these outboard mono boats. So we've only got 3 starters at the start of the weekend, but fingers crossed we'll have 3 starters in their final race of the weekend as well. We got another round of the Craig Bailey Pond Score Series coming up, Nathan. These boats predominantly Formula 2 standard. We've got Smith Family Racing, of course, Joel Smith. This is a Formula 2. It's a 2.5 Optimax. It's a Bubba hull, proudly sponsored by Hunter Valley Fire Service. He's out of pole 3, out of pole 1 final feature, Greg Banks.
Hello.
This is a 2.5 litre Carby boat. It's a Jack Hole, Speed and Leisure, Jeffrey Finance and Assassin Nest Control are his personal sponsors. Out of Pole 2, Hunter Valley Fire, of course, Shane Martin.
Or the vent shut again.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Shane, of course, the hull is a Mulga, the 2.5 Optimax,
Actually, I just turned it off just to make it feel
sponsored by Hunter Valley Fire Service and Kevin Parker
Anyhow, so getting back to
and
it,
Paul Sane.
this is my beautiful wife.
Paul Insane at
How are
times.
you?
He's out of pole 4. It's an Aussie F1 composite hull. It's powered by a 200 XS Project Roofing, Signature Sign and Co. AKS Excavations, Craig's Automotive and Craig Bailey Marine are his proud sponsors. So that's our field coming up. Cracker Field, Nathan Mills.
Certainly is. Another class of these outboard tunnel boats.
Last time I spent with Barry Chestnut. Yeah. Barry had pancreatic cancer. And he died 2 weeks later. We had him in our marquee up there.
So we just overheard the call from the officials, green flag for the course. So these boats will be heading out on the course very shortly. The program flowing pretty well.
Yeah, not a problem. And
Looks as though the drivers and their crews behaving pretty well down on the ramp. It can get pretty hectic down there, especially with some of the, you get 2 or 3 races where there's lots of boats in them all in a row. Can get a little congested, but generally the drivers and their crew members do the right thing. The officials are only there to help the event run smoothly, as smooth as possible, and generally everyone does the right thing, which is fantastic to see. So we will have final feature out of 1. Hunter Valley Fire Racing out of 2. Smith Family Racing out of 3. And Trim King Racing out of 4. Trim King is this dark grey or dark silver boat that's the last one heading up the back straight for their warm-up lap. This boat had a little bit of a incident at the Windsor Winter Spectacular down at Dargle. Did a little bit of a barrel roll in one of the turns, but obviously no major damage. Driver Paul Sane had the boat back up, repaired and ready to run at the St George Spectacular just a few weeks later. Again, just another indication of the commitment that some of these guys make to keeping their boat on the water and partaking in the action at these fantastic events throughout the state.
That boat there of Joel Smith.
I've got pictures of that down there. His boat there, and my grandfather and
That's a really good boat for us to commentate with. It's very distinctive. Tell you, we just see Paul Sane go by, Nate. That colour scheme with the grey, you find it hard to actually find out. We'll see that the boat's got a capsule because everything blends in together.
Yes, yeah, especially depending on which kind of race course and which angle you're able to watch it, it can be a little tricky. Thankfully, there is a little bit of colour there in regards to the race number and everything to make it a little more visible. And obviously, when they're running at race pace, they do all spray a little bit of water out, which also makes it a bit more visible. So, but as we mentioned, another one of the boats that makes a commitment over and above to make sure they make it to some of these major race meetings. So all 4 boats lined up, coming down White flag still in the air, waiting for them all to line up nice and even. Flag goes down and away they go. Final feature in one. I think it's Hunter Valley Racing with the slight advantage at the moment going into the first turn.
So if we happen to have to make
Pretty good turn for all four drivers. Hunter Fire Service out in front. Final feature, and Smith Family Racing side by side in second place. Trim King just out the back, trying his best. He's done a lane change back on the inside. Goes Trim King. See if he can make up any deficit. Heading down the back straight away. Final feature and Smith Family Racing side by side in the battle for second place.
what he said to me though, he goes,
But it's the Hunter Valley Fire Racing. Got the nose out in front. Final feature with a slight advantage over Smith Family Racing so far. But Trim King trying to sneak up on the inside. Hooks it in nice and tight. Went in pretty quick. Had to wash off quite a bit of speed. The boat track currently on the Windsor track bits back straight, heading up the Fleecy strut. Hunter Valley Fire Service driven by Shane Martin. He's coming up to take the yellow flag and one to go. Will he hang on? He's got that good gap. He's got that good gap on the UHC sign front straight. Just coming out of him. Armour Collison's Engineering. We can see Greg Banks made a small charge now that has Martin got that winning leg. Smith back in third and Shane back in fourth. Paul Shane and Trim King trying to do his best. He's swapping lanes in the turns, he's swapping lanes in the straights, trying to get back that deficit, but half a lap to go. It's potentially a bit too much of an ask, but Hunter Valley Fire Racing crosses the line first place. Final feature, second place, Smith Family Racing in 3, and Paul Shane in Trim King in 4. So those boats ended up spreading out nice and evenly at the end of their race. No doubt next race is going to be a different story with pole positions being a bit mixed up. Even though they were spread out pretty evenly, they were still relatively competitive and close together. So that was certainly fantastic to see. And that was just the first
No, she doesn't
heat
bow.
of their of the Craig Bailey Point Series for the Formula GP class. So a little bit different to unlimited outboards,
Yeah, who is it?
but very, very fast.
come and tell Joe your name.
My name is Tatum.
Won't be a second, mate. I'm going to put it up here.
And we saw there,
So
luckily,
how do you spell it?
very clean racing in this first heat for these guys. Even the first turn with all four of them pretty close together. They did pretty well. So the next race on the water we will have the 105 mile an hour boat,
What do you do?
which is part of the Louis Bahaja Point Series.
You're a racer?
Yes, I'm a racer.
So
Formula Futures?
after a
What
couple of
class
outboard
are you in?
races, we're going back to inboard.
J1?
Inboard displacement
Thank you very much.
in the 105 class.
Hello.
Oh, I think all the boats in this class this weekend
Oh, good
are
game. Thank you.
inboard displacements, but 105 class is actually open to hydroplanes and outboards as well. I mentioned that's basically the restriction of keeping to 105 miles an hour is that main consideration. Craig, I can see you down there. You got someone pretty special with you there?
We certainly had, Nate, one of our young stars of the future. We've seen him particularly a hell of a lot here at this venue. We've seen him as both the New South Wales and Australian Championships before the third, the future, I'll get that right. His name's Tatum Peter. Tatum, big welcome to Windsor, your home track here, mate. What age are you and the name of your boat?
My age is 9 and I drive at the two.
And what class do you run?
J1.
J1, okay, so that's 6 horsepower. How long have you been racing?
For about 6 months.
6 months, and you've certainly achieved a lot in 6 months. Let everyone know at home and at the venue what you've achieved. I think you've got there's a New South Wales Championship and an Australian Championship somewhere there?
So for New South Wales Championship, I came first place, and for Australian Championship, I came second.
All right, well that's pretty good in such a short time. You enjoy the camaraderie, the friendships with the other drivers?
Yes, a lot of them are really fun to have a laugh with them sometimes, and especially when a new one comes along.
Right, so you've got your mates at school and you've got your mates here with the powerboat. I think you mentioned to George recently that your favourite boat was the Reef Cold boat. Would that be right?
Yes.
Any particular reason?
Because when I watched it at dark, it was just straight in the water, not moving back.
No looking back. Okay, well, it's probably got some good setup and has something to do with Reef Cold as well. In years to come, what do you want to do with circuit powerboat racing, or what do you want to do with racing in general?
With racing, I want to try to win a few races and go to have fun.
Have fun. What class can you see yourself in? You like the outboards, or you maybe go on to the other side of the inboard?
Inboards.
Inboard, so you, okay, that's good. Your favourite inboard driver and boat?
Well, we might move and get outside.
I can't try too many.
Let's sit back here.
Well, it's the best of luck. You know, first in J1 New South Wales Championship recently, early this year at St George, and also at St George, second in the Aussie Championship J1. Well done, young fella, and all the best for the future.
Thank you very much.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Tate and Tia Bilovic, one of our young stars into the future.
She's all over. What happened? Oh, no, it's 30 metres, dude. Oh, I didn't. No, well, I've actually got to measure like this much on a helmet. I don't know where the rule is going. You can go over there. I should have taken it. Which rule? What do you want to measure? No. TGG helmet. So what happens is my Simpson helmet doesn't have the tiger fittings on it. But what we're going to do is we're going to put tiger air fittings. The purpose is on the Simpson helmet. That's how so that when we do the water test, I'm not using the TGG helmet. Same deal, still breathes. So when you want to do so there you go. You already got an engine in it, all you do is just put your ass in there and go for a ring. I'll still own it. I can drive it.
And that's a note for you.
Did you want to actually pause before you answer? I find it makes it look.
So I've just got a little bit of a delay with the action on the water at the moment, so a perfect opportunity to get up and stretch the legs, have a bit of a look around. We did mention some of the other horsepower-based, land-based horsepower things to look at. Drag car, sprint car, a couple of hot rods, and panel vans. I think there's, the Hammond Club of New South Wales have got a few old ski boats up there on the bank as well. So yeah, so we do actually have a little bit of a break of action on the water as we get a couple of things sorted out, but a perfect opportunity to stretch the legs, maybe grab something to eat, certainly something to drink. We'll keep mentioning, trying to remind you guys throughout the weekend, stay hydrated. This sun is going to suck the moisture out of all of us. So I was just going to say there, keep your fluid levels up. Keep the sunscreen applied throughout the weekend.
So I just mentioned some of the other cool bits of land-based horsepower you can come and have a look at. Got a little bit of information here on the Sainty Gulf Western Oil Pro Alcohol Funny Car, which is on display. I do believe they are planning on firing up this bad boy a little bit later on in the weekend. So it's running a Dodge-shaped body on top of the chassis. It's running a Sainty billet 3-valve 540 cubic inch overhead cam methanol fuel engine. This thing runs from 0 to 100 in 0.9 seconds. If you think your fully sick Commodore is pretty quick, but this thing's a step above that. 0 to 100, 0.9 seconds, 5.5 seconds to the quarter mile, and a top speed of 245 miles per hour. So a pretty awesome bit of kit is the Sainty Gulf Western Oil Pro Alcohol Funny Car. We will try and give you as much heads up notice as we can when it does fire up. No doubt if we miss out on the pre-warning, you're certainly going to be able to hear it. But anyway, we'll try and let you know as soon as we can when we know it's going to fire up. It is based on the Windsor Township side of the clubhouse, and it is over the back towards the roadway in and out. I think it's the Hammond Club and the Sprint car. They're sort of close to the water's edge, but I believe a few more hot rods and the panel vans are over the back, and so is the Sainty Gulf Western Oil Pro Alcohol Funny Car. And speaking of the Sainty Gulf Western Oil Pro Alcohol Funny Car, that name Sainty, pretty synonymous with both sides of the water's edge here at Windsor. Stan Sainty used to run a drag boat here on the water at Windsor. The innovator with this billet 3-valve overhead cam engineering in drag racing. One of those boats, one of those engines, sorry, running in his drag boat called Fallacy. And son Terry Sainty lives pretty local. Took up the mantle in drag racing. Has previously been running Top Fuel. But as I understand it, Terry Sainty is on the lookout for a unlimited blown boat hull. He is looking to join the action here in the powerboat circuit racing. So Terry Sainty is on the lookout for one of the big 21-foot cockpit boats, and potentially looking to run one of these quad overhead cam big blocks in a circuit boat. So that would be pretty interesting to see. Fingers crossed Terry manages to sort something out in regards to a hull. And that would be fantastic to see, no doubt. We mentioned about the Constable team, Constable Brothers Racing with Odin. That team also having one of the American-style flat-bottom hulls called Ragnar. That boat will be back on the water shortly as well, but at the moment they're concentrating on the big clinker hull style displacement of Odin. And again, just another example, the reason why I mentioned them, another example of people going fast in other sports, shifting their focus and attention to powerboat racing on the water. So fantastic to see names like the Constables, ditching the skiers off the back, so to speak, and coming to run circuit racing here on the water. So and as I mentioned, the Sainty name, pretty famous in drag racing circles. Also looking to join the action on the water. So folks, just with this delay, we're going to take advantage and provide lunches for our course boats and crew. So there will still be a bit of a break in on-water action. So again, the perfect opportunity to stretch your legs, grab something to eat, grab some more fluids, and stay hydrated. And we will be able to bring the on-water powerboat racing action as soon as we can. Thank you.
test 1, 2. So just once again, ladies and gentlemen, our apologies. We need someone to be ferried off to taken away by an ambulance. They haven't feeling well, so that has taken precedence. So we shouldn't be too much longer.
Powerboat Club is working with the local council to try and get that rectified as soon as we can. Same with the clubhouse itself. Of a clubhouse, this existing structure will have to be demolished. Powerboat Club is working with the local council to try and get that. Powerboat Club is working with the local council to try and get that rectified as soon as we can. Same with the.
right there, H? You look comfy.
Just an important announcement, ladies and gentlemen. There are a number of people in the pit area that are walking around with shoes that aren't enclosed, e.g. thongs and co. It's prohibited in the pit area. It's part of our licence in racing here today. So anyone that hasn't got enclosed shoes, if you could remove yourself from the pit, thanks, because you certainly will be asked to leave. Also, no smoking or drinking of alcohol in the pit area. Just a reminder, you must have enclosed shoes on if you are in the pit area, and no smoking or drinking of alcohol.
Just switch this race right. I have just had a freaking reprogram. Second ball. It's on there. You just need to click the mouse button and just switch between those two screens.
So which one's on there? The red one.
Just an important announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Our ticket holders for the VIP tent, your lunch is just about to be served. So those ticket holders for the VIP tent, your lunch is just about to be served. To people out in the spectator areas and those people at home watching the Working On It live stream via YouTube, we had one of the crew of a boat fall ill, so that's been the delay. We're going to get action. We can see some of our rescue craft already going back to their positions on the water, so we'll have some racing very, very shortly. So folks, you can see our racing crew starting to get back on the water, into position. Our official program break or lunch break soon to finish. And we will have, I think it's the 105 mile an hour boats will be the first race back on the water. It'll be their first race of the day. As I say that, they start coming out from the creek as I speak. So not long now, folks, we'll have competitive racing action back on the water. Looks like 105 mile per hour boats on the water, handful Darren Greentree. We've got the Hall of Famer on the water, of course, Mr. Anthony Nibbs, driver of Eliminator. Anthony inducted in Hall of Fame around about 3 weeks ago at the Pitttown Sport and Recreation Club. Great to see Dean Gerard, one of our sponsors this weekend. Dean, the driver of Marine Line. Just a reminder to all our ticket holders for the VIP tent, your dinner is being served, your lunch is being served. So anyone that is a ticket holder for the VIP tent, your lunch is being served. Boats going to the top end of the course. You can see the pole boat, the Bruce Dengate driven Connolly. Of course, this weekend sponsored by Howard Hydros. So just a short while away before we get the competitive action on the water. Our three starters in the next 105 mile an hour Louis Bahaja Point Series race is on the water. We've got three boats, Handful out of one, Eliminator out of two, Marine Line out of three. Handful, another one of the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club stalwarts. Darren Greentree at the wheel. Eliminator, driven by Anthony Nibbs. Craig just mentioned a recent inductee into the Vintage and Veteran Hall of Fame. Because Nibbsy, as he's affectionately known, runs at pretty much every club day here at Upper Hawkesbury, every major race day. He supports the St George Club, Raymond Terrace. If there's a race meeting on in New South Wales, chances are he's there. So the boat in pole 3 looks to be a non-starter. He's just dropped off the plane. The flag is dropped without him, so it's Handful out in front at the moment over the top of Nibbsy in Eliminator. Marine Line still trying to get started, but back down in the water again. So unfortunate non-starter is Marine Line. Looks as though the driver's up out of the seat having a bit of a look. But it's Darren Greentree in Handful out in front. 105 mile an hour class. Similar to the 95 class. All of the inboards have to be under 8 litre engine capacity. This class is open to outboards and hydroplanes as well. We mentioned just the main condition of this class is that you need to keep your race pace under 105 miles per hour. You cannot go over at all. So even if you register 105.1 on your GPS unit for a race, you are out of that race's result.
to break out, as they call it, you are on the bank for the rest of the weekend. So if you set your boat up for 102, 103 mile an hour, gives yourself a little bit of a break in case you have a bit of an over-rev or something like that. But generally, everyone behaving themselves, dare I say, in this 105 mile an hour class. So Darren Greentree comes down the front straight away. Another one of the upper Hawkesbury locals. Another one of the boats that just lives off in the distance on the other side of the river. And another example of multi-generations racing, especially on this course here at Windsor. There was a pretty special happening at a club day about 6 months ago, I think it was, where 3 generations of Greentree were out on the water at the same time. I'm going to say Grandfather Phil in one boat, Father Darren Greentree in another boat, and son Dylan Greentree in the third boat. But funnily enough, Dylan himself's only recently become a dad himself, so potential 4th generation in the making there for the Greentree dynasty of powerboat racing. So we mentioned Darren Greentree in handful, striking first blood, as they say, in the 105 class. Anthony Nibbs in Eliminator takes out 2nd place, and unfortunately Marine Line unable to make it to the start line, and obviously unable to make it to the finish line as well.
So with the completion of the 105 class, that essentially rounds out our first round of racing for each of the various classes. We're back to the 550cc Yamato outboards, the Jeff Bollins Yamato Challenge.
And so these 550cc Yamato outboards on the water at the moment. The next round of bad boat racing will be on the water afterwards. So if you still happen to be finishing off your own lunch break, you're going to want to be back. You're going to want to have your backside, trackside, as they say, for the second round of the bad boats. We did mention earlier the placings after the first round of the bad boats. I'll quickly run through the order in which they will that they finished their first round. The second round pole positions are based on this order. So just to give you a bit of an indication, fastest was Unleashed, then it was Reckless, Bulldog, Immortal, She's the Culprit, Have a Go, Chevy Chase, Tough Enough, Fury, Explicit, Bad Influence, and then the 3 boats who were unfortunate non-finishers were Odin, Arisen and the Mongoose. Rounding out the full field, that gives you a bit of an indication of the pole positions for this next round of racing, obviously split over 3 or 4 heats again. When we get closer to that race, we'll detail exactly which boats are in which heat. But at the moment, 550cc outboards, Jeff Boland's Challenge Trophy. So, I was about to say 6 starters, but we've got 7 out there. Christy Bollins in the Tortra in pole 1. Bit of discussion in the background as to how Christy managed to get pole 1 in 2 races, but it was completely legitimate. Our officer of the day oversaw the pole draw, so it was all fair. And at this stage, Christy Bollins got the nose out in front. Spooky, the little hydro, on the outside, trying to go with her. She's got the long way around the first turn. But 7 starters. So it's the Tortra, driven by Upper Hawkesbury's own Christy Bollins. Christy Walker, sorry, she has been married for a few years now, so I forgot that. Christy Walker indeed. Knee Bollins, as they say. So we've got tunnel boat, mono, hydro, and 3 monos. Mixing it up. We've got the production style Japanese outboards called Yamatos, based on a racing class over in Japan. These racing engines used to be quite big a couple of decades ago. Some of these engines evolving over time. We've got little two-cylinder Yamatos, seem to be the engine of choice these days, as long as it's under 550cc engine displacement. The Gambler in 2nd place. Wild Ginger in 3, Mojo Racing in 4. So yellow last lap flag for Christy Walker. We do have a boat stopped just off the turn down on the bridge end. Looks as though the racers spotted that boat and safely went around the outside. So I think that's the Gambler who was in 2nd place. Now it's Wild Ginger in 2, Mojo in 3. Spooky, the little outboard hydro, in 4. Checkered flag out for Christy Walker. The little Spooky hydros stopped on the back straight for the last lap, unfortunately, but on the front straight we've got Christy Walker. Finishes the 2nd race out in front, earning maximum points for the Jeff Bollins Challenge Trophy. Wild Ginger, 2nd place. Mojo Racing in 3. And that boat that did come to a stop has managed to fire up again and get back underway. So only the little Hydro Spooky off the back, an unfortunate non-finisher, but the boat, the Gambler, coming down the final straightaway after a lap on the sidelines, comes across the start-finish line to grab the checkered flag. One lap down, unfortunately. Well, looks like it's PD Racing crossing the line. And our final competitor rounding out the finishes in our 550cc outboard Jeff Bollins Challenge Trophy. No doubt it'll be points for these races over the whole weekend. Will be tallied up. We mentioned Chrissy Walker, taking maximum points so far. So looking good for the rest of the weekend. But you've got to keep up that sort of pace, that sort of performance to go home with the silverware. 3 ladies, I've just been told, side by side as they head back to the ramp. Fantastic to see everyone getting involved. We've had the juniors first up this morning. There are a few lady races in the sport, but as we just mentioned, 3 of them side by side there, heading back to the ramp. So we mentioned, as per the race program, we should be heading back around to the blown alcohol displacement Australian Drivers' Championship.
Test 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, absolute ripper coming up, Nath. Out of 1, Immortal, Mark Gauchi from Epping in Melbourne, Victoria. Tough enough, Dave Clark from Adelaide in South Australia, and also from Adelaide in South Australia, the Mongoose out of 3. So we've got 1 Victorian, 2 South Australians. Thanks for covering there for me, Nath. I just thought I'd duck into the VIP tent and to see that everyone's enjoying themselves. Absolutely mouth-watering food. I thought maybe I'll get a seat or 2 here, but I was told to get back to commentary and the Devon sandwiches. So, yeah, great to see our VIPs are being looked after, and big crowd to our left, massive crowd. But what we did see a few people there didn't have hats on, weren't covered up. We've already had 2 incidences today of people with a touch of sunstroke. If you're feeling a little bit off, get yourself in the shade, get plenty of water, get hydrated, as Nath says. We certainly don't want you falling ill. We certainly want to see you back tomorrow, and especially for people like myself that have a lot of skin issues and whatever, get yourselves covered up. Plenty of slip, slop, slap, big hats. I feel like I'm sponsored by Bunnings Hardware today, Nath, but the hat's doing the job.
Yeah, certainly we'll try and remind everyone throughout the weekend, but yeah, obviously please be smart with your fluid intake, whatever that choice of fluids may be. Keep the hydration up, and we'll all be enjoying a Sunday afternoon presentation tomorrow. So 4 heats coming up for round 2 of the Bad Boat National Drivers' Championship. Our first heat, Immortal out of 1, Tough Enough out of 2, Mongoose out of 3. Second heat, Bulldog out of 1, Chevy Chase out of 2, Bad Influence out of 3. Third heat, Reckless out of 1, Avago out of 2, Explicit out of 3, Odin out of 4. And the fourth one, we have Unleashed out of 1, She's a Culprit 2, Fury 3, and Odin in 4. We do have Odin down in 2 heats, so no doubt we'll get clarification. That's in heats 3 and 4, so we'll, when we get to that, we'll clarify exactly which heat Odin is in. So that was just a bit of a typo on the race sheet we have in front of us. So in this fourth heat, that fourth boat is actually Arisen. So it was down on the sheet as Odin, but Arisen is the fourth starter with Unleashed, She's a Culprit, Fury and Arisen. But we do have our three starters in the first heat, being Immortal, Tough Enough, and the Mongoose. Craig, it's going to be interesting to see how the Mongoose goes. Unfortunate DNF in that first heat, so it'll be interesting to see, A, if they get to the checkered flag, and B, where it's going to be.
The Mongoose certainly got that really good power, but we saw it on a few occasions yesterday. It was the entry in and out of the corners wasn't fabulous, and as you know, Trevor's back in the boat now, and he's had a sustainable layoff. He got involved in drag racing for a while, but great to see Trev back. I tell you, if you're a punting man like I am, you'd have to put your money on Immortal Mark Gauci. He was second quick yesterday in time trials. Very, very impressive.
Well, the reason he's in pole 1 is because he's earned it after the first round of racing. So he's on the inside, pole 1, Tough Enough, the blue boat in 2, white boat, Mongoose on the outside, Immortal and Mongoose. Mongoose, a little bit of a rock and roll, heading down the back straightaway. It was up riding high on the plane. Clean around the first turn, it goes Immortal and the Mongoose. Tough Enough, trying to stay with it, and they launch. In 1. Pretty distinctive ride coming out of Tough Enough. The boat's coming out of Flexi Strut Bridge turn onto the MSC signs front straight. Look at this man go, Mark Gauci in Immortal.
I tell you about this Trevor Stanley boat's got good power in the straight line. Windsor back straight, coming out the Flexi Strut, over the last line, over the MSC side, front split, coming up to take the CMS Plumbing checkered flag, and it's Mark Gauci. From the Mongoose, Trevor Stanley. I tell you what. I tell you what, Nathan, the Mongoose, what is actually causing that boat to move from left to right and right to left?
Yeah, Craig, interesting to see as these boats come down the front straightaway. It's when they get to the crosswash from basically from the start procedure. I think it's from just basically the waves as the boats fire down the back straightaway for the first lap. And then they probably turn around the bridge end turn and come up the front straight. The water's still nice and clean on that first lap. But when they get around for their second lap, the wash from the start procedure is actually starting to come across the racing lane. And so we've seen that in a couple of these heats where the boats have had to back off a bit as they navigate over the top of the rollers. And it's probably affecting the smaller boats, like the little Evercraft that previously ran the Blown Ride series. It's probably affecting those guys a little more just because of the smaller boats, the lighter weight, they're getting thrown around a little bit more. Whereas the bigger, heavier boats, they're able to keep their foot in it a little longer. As you mentioned, you did see Mongoose having to navigate that thing rocking and rolling a little bit. We did see it actually, now you mention it, at the second half of the first straightaway after the flag dropped. They got down towards the bridge end turn for the first time. The boat up nice and high on top of the water. A little bit of a rock and roll from the left and the right. Just these boats fine-tuning their trim. So no doubt they'll potentially do a couple of turns of the turnbuckle on the cav plate maybe. Just try and get that boat settled a little more on the water. But certainly exciting racing. These blown alcohol displacements are proving.
Just a short delay, ladies and gentlemen, just retrieving a bit of debris in the water. Our next heat, sponsored by MSC Signs, our good friend from Melbourne, Victoria, Scotty Patterson. So Bulldog will come out of 1, Chevy Chase out of 2, and out of 3 will be Bad Influence, Daryl Quinn. So, I'll tell you what, I did speak to the madman from Moorebank, Jamie McCutcheon, after that first heat, and he was certainly very, very happy with the boat. With some of these big boats, Nath, a minor tinker can turn you back 8 mile an hour, and one the other way can gain your weight. So it's very finely tuned, some of these big horsepower engines.
They certainly are. So and sometimes that can affect the reliability of some of these boats. Obviously, everyone trying to get as much horsepower as they can out of their chosen combination. So you mentioned Bulldog and Bad Influence. Both of those boats are one of the smaller hulls that I just mentioned in comparison to Chevy Chase, which is probably one of the bigger ones. Chevy Chase, a shallow V-bottom.
That boat, of course, Nath, has got a lot of history attached.
Yeah, certainly has. Driven and campaigned by Damon Thurger. I believe it was his own father who laid that boat up. and drove it many years ago. That boat being modernised with a reinforced cockpit a number of years ago. And Damon continuing to show just how handy he is as a driver himself, but obviously also as a ability to set up a race boat. Three goes into one. Bulldog on the inside, coming on the MSC side, front straight, Bulldog out of one. Showing outstanding power on the front straight. Coming up to Lama Comerford, onto the Windsor Crossbridge next straight. Chevy Chase has only got 1/2 a lap to do it. Sorry, 1.5 laps to do it. We've got the yellow flag out to greet the boats as they come down the front straightaway. But it is Bulldog out in front. Rocket and rolling on the wash. Backing off because it's race times that are going to go against all the other heats to qualify for the finals. Jamie McCutcheon is Bulldog. First place. Neil Quinn in Bad Influence, second place. And Damon Berger in Chevy Chase in third. So great to see all three of these boats finish. We saw Darryl Quinn in Bad Influence. Some sort of issue in the first seat which caused a 1-lap penalty. But he did his best to show the rest of the field exactly what he's got. He started on the outside, about 1.5 laps into it, he changed his lane choice, switched to the inside, which was turned out to be a pretty clever move. Got him up the inside of Damon in Chevy Chase. And folks, that's just the second of our second round heats for the blown boat. We've still got 2 heats to go. And very impressive speed out of these blown alcohol displacements, Craig.
I tell you what, I followed his whole career. He started off at the Deepwater Motorboat Club in that little 15-foot Bulldog. You know, he used to run around in the pro stock class with Tony Willis and all those guys. And I tell you what, he can drive. And could this be his weekend? I tell you what, the outright... Hello, test. Hello, test. Hello, test. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Test, test. One, two. Hello, test. Test, 1, 2, test. Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2, 1, 2. Our apologies, ladies and gentlemen, just had an audio issue with a bit of overheating, so hopefully we've rectified that. So big shout out to our AV crew. Thank you, John. Sprung into action exactly when we needed it. So apologies, we are unable to pull that last race. But we appear to be back on the air, as they say. Just while we get the boats filling up the back there, Nate. MSC Signs, Australia's innovative signage company. Discover how MSC Signs contain technology, innovation and highly trained staff to make sign design and buying simple. Our coverage in our signage solutions include sign writing, vehicle wraps, retail signage, architectural, illuminated design, exhibition, barriers, point of sale and bumper stickers. So very big thank you to our good mate Scotty Patterson from MSC Signs, I should say, but that's been a bit of a tongue twister for me all day. MSC Signs, Scott Patterson, sorry Scotty. Of course, MSC Signs, our corporate front straight sponsor this weekend. Any of your signage, your vehicle wraps, there's only one place to go, MSC Signs. And Scotty Patterson's your man. Oh, look at this heat. Nathan Mills unleashed. Brett Shepherd out of 1. She's the culprit. Dean Barry out of 2. Fury out of 3. And Ryan Hall Arisen out of 4. Well, Craig Unleashed earned this first pole position because he registered the fastest race time out of all the boats in the first round a bit earlier today. So that's why Brett Shepherd in Unleashed is back in pole 1 for this second round. Arisen is on the outside because that was an unfortunate non-finisher. So one of the boats who ended up at the bottom of the race sheet after round 1. Hopefully he'll be back to show exactly what this Pro Charger setup can do in this boat. So Unleashed in 1, she's a culprit 2, Fury 3, Arisen in 4. Unleashed with the advantage in pole 1, stays nice and tight. Dean Barry comfortably in second place after a the power now, but Fury. rope running at yellow flag, 1 left to go, Frank. So on the Windsor truck, they stay straight down on time. Taking the win. And the Bulldog himself, Jamie McCutcheon, our 3 standout boats so far today. Most certainly, and we can't forget Immortal as well. So the Nelson crew in Immortal also showing plenty of pace. So these blown alcohol displacements, competition is hotting up. Young Ryan Hall. Showing a little bit of pace, showing plenty of promise. He's just missing a little bit of reliability, in unable to keep the power on consistently for all race long. So no doubt that the Ryan Hall Speed Centre team will be doing their best to sort that out. And we'll be doing their best to get this Pro Charger. You can see on the back of this boat the big polished aluminium intake pipe, which is running the compressed air from the Pro Charger, which is mounted down the back of the V of the motor, and that pipe running up to the top into the induction system. I must admit I'm not too sure if it's EFI throttle body or whether it's a carbureted fuel system. We'll try and get clarification over the weekend, but again, mechanical injection, I've just been told. So the old school style mechanical injection system feeding the fuel into this forced induction Arisen. And as we mentioned, the Pro Charger set up something a little bit different in boat racing, and like I said, showing a bit of promise, that's for sure. He's just unable to keep it on consistently.
I was just about to say the same thing, Dave. You're taking the words right out of my mouth. Plenty of promise there for Ryan. He can probably take plenty out of today, and he'd be. And in the scheme of things, he could go away this weekend and just use it purely as CR&D, you know. Of course, the wins are great, but this is only a new package for him. Whereas guys like Brett have had this package for years and years, but no, plenty of promise there for the Ryan Hall Arisen.
And certainly an unfortunate DNF in the first round, but he's finished under full steam in round 2, so hopefully back for the final ripper charge with a DNF and a 4th place in that race. No doubt Ryan Hall will be in the ripper charge race. But again, for a brand new, pretty much a brand new setup, lots of promise, lots of speed.
95. Race coming up, Nath, we've got running for All Work Crane Hire. It's another one of the Graham Hart races, I believe. So we've got Endgame out of pole 3, Darryl Woods. Ombre comes out of pole 1. And
the name of Ombre. Michael McCardle, the driver of Ombre, and Mick McIntosh, driver of Time Out, the pretty purple boat, the ex-boat of Scotty Trojan. Hopefully Scotty's watching up there in Bundaberg today. So boats coming out for the start, ladies and gentlemen, 105. So we have a flag down. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So it's Ombre leading out. On the outside, Darryl Wilson and Jane and Mick McIntosh in third place. So boats coming up to the flexi strut bridge turn on the inside. It's Ombre, but right round the outside, the debonair Darryl Woods in endgame. He may have taken the lead on the MSC Science front straight. Side by side goes endgame and Ombre. Racing earlier today, but he's back out there showing exactly what he's here for. So side by side for one whole lap at the moment. Ombre on the inside. Victor Motor on the outside. Endgame. Little time out though. Rounding out the field. Still showing plenty of pace. He's going to be there ready to pounce in case there's a bit of a hiccup from either of the two white boats up the front, but very competitive at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see. A, they've got to keep the nose in front, but B, they've got to keep it under 95 miles an hour. Hopefully someone pushes the go pedal a little too hard, which registers an outright speed of anything over 95 miles an hour. Blanket over them. Pretty big blanket, but a blanket nonetheless. Endgame coming back up on the outside. Yellow last lap flag. The big question is, have they behaved? Have they kept it under 95? Oh, Endgame has slowed up again. And unfortunately, not finished in the first race. Same issue. Looks to be back under full steam again now though. So with half a lap to go. Time out doing his best to stay in touch. But it is Ombre comfortably out in front. Endgame back up under full steam. Second place, crossing the line. For a very competitive showing. A little bit of a hiccup there at early on in that last lap, which caused Endgame to back off for some reason. But and then managed to get it back under full power. Probably made up a little bit of a gap, but it was Ombre clearly and comfortably out in front. The beauty of some of these test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2. One of the beauties of some of these speed classes, Nath, as long as there's no forced induction. It's all based on speed and all GPS and the like, and you go over that speed limit. Doesn't matter what point of the course, you're automatically out. Exactly. We've touched on the fact that it's not average race speed or average race time. It is at any point on the course, any point during the race, you go over, in this case, 95 mile an hour.
you are disqualified from that race. Could even be 95.1. It doesn't matter. 95.1 is over 95 mile an hour. So basically, the best idea is to set your boat up to be able to run a maximum speed of probably like 92 or 93. And then if you happen to have a little bit of a moment where you're up and out of the water and completely free of drag, you still don't go over the maximum speed of, in this case, 95 or 105 in the 105 class. But these are one of the newer race classes on the scene. Been running for a few years now, but Upper Hawkesbury Club Days, they also run a 75 mile an hour class. That's probably the current equivalent of first dipping your toe in the water of powerboat racing. You can run your boat around pretty comfortable, relatively comfortable speeds of 65, 70 mile an hour. And if you've got a bit of a half decent ski boat, you can probably reach those sorts of speeds anyway. And just some pretty basic safety equipment. Obviously some race specific hardware in the setup of the boat, just in terms of ignition kill switches and things like that. But no doubt anyone of the Upper Hawkesbury Club here can provide more information of anything you need to do to be able to set up your boat to run. Like I said, 75 mile an hour is probably the, unless you happen to be a young kid stepping up out of the juniors or whatever, probably your first beginner class would be the 75 mile an hour class.
Yeah, and the beauty of it is that we've got some blokes, in their 50s and 60s are running the 75s, and they don't care whether they win second or third, they just have a great time on the water. No?
Yeah, that's the point. That's the whole. That's certainly the whole point. Especially in those classes, there's a little less pressure, a little less financial commitment needed to run up the pointy end. Like I said, as long as you can run around 65, 70 mile an hour, you'd be in the mix. That's for sure.
You don't see often a boat that wins the race get towed back to the ramp. It's Michael McCardle. I believe he may be from Queensland. It's great to see him travel down the road.
Our next race back on the water, we're back with our 6-litre Menace Trophy and Trojan Trophy points races. So back to the 6 litres. There's 2 heats of those, and then it'll be the unlimited outboards back out on the water.
Pole positions for the next series of heats, ladies and gentlemen, proudly brought to us by Primary Plumbing. Out of 1, Mark Ebenreuter in Reuters. Out of 2, Tough Enough, James Smith. James Smith. How about we try James Clark? Not even close. Lock and Load, Ryan McIntosh, Melody, Brian Kilpatrick. That's race 22, race 23. Brendan Mason and Impulse has out of 1, Erastus. Steve Rarity, Quiver. Justin Franken, and out of 4, Shenanigans. We've got Chris Puggs. That'll be interesting, Nathan. We've got some really good boats on the inside here, and Puggs is going to have to come from the outside, not so easy.
Yeah, well, that first race in the 6 litres, Impulse, unfortunately, for whatever reason, didn't make the start of the first round, so interesting to see. He's got pole 1 on the inside in the second round, and as you just mentioned, Chris Pugsley is going to have to go do it the hard way, around the long way, out of pole 4 in Shenanigans. That is the second of the 6 litres. First up, before that, is the first heat, which is Reuters, Tough Enough, Lock and Load, and Melody.
Of course, our spectacular generally here in September, and of course we call it Super September 8th. We got all the finals coming up for the Rugby League and the AFL. Of course, Melbourne were 18 over the Sydney Roosters 13 last night, and I know our fellow commentator Dave Bishop will be very, very happy. His Carlton Blues got up over Melbourne last night by 1 point, so he'll be extremely happy. So we're coming up to the end of our season, and before we know it, we'll be putting the pads on and taking the bat out and the ball. Speaking of powerboat racing, however, there's a club day, I believe, at I think it's Lake Avalon next weekend in Victoria. The big race meeting, the big two-dayer up at Raymond Terrace. Really looking forward to that meeting at Raymond Terrace. We're just checking the dates as we speak. All roads leading to Raymond Terrace. To the lock and load boat of Ryan McIntosh, the wonder from Wingham. Thank you very much, Nathan Mills. The 21st and 22nd of October, the big two-dayer up there up at Raymond Terrace. You've never been to the racing there, head north through Hexham, over the Hexham Bridge. And when you come up to the turn off there, you'll come up to a huge roundabout. You turn left, follow that all the way through, and you'll come up to a Caltex garage. You'll hit a 50 kilometre zone. You'll see a Caltex garage, turn left, and you are there. So, hope to see everyone there at Raymond Terrace on that weekend. And in terms of other events coming up, the weekend straight after that, up at the Northern Rivers Aquatic Club are hosting their first major race meeting at Grafton. So that is Cochrane Park in Grafton. I do believe the AFBGP outboard boats have run on that course previously, but the Northern Rivers Aquatic Club having a go at their first major race meeting at Grafton on the 28th and 29th of October. So the major events starting here in the Hawkesbury, heading up to the Hunter and then up to the Northern Rivers, Craig. I have been to Cochrane Park there, Nathan. It is a really good piece of water, a really good part of the country up there at Grafton. And with our new modernised roads and the like, it doesn't take us to get too far to get from A to B these days. Yeah, and with a bit of work going on around Coffs Harbour there, Coffs Harbour bypass in the future, it's going to be even quicker and easier to get up and down the east coast of this wonderful country. But it's back to the action here and now this weekend. We've got two heats of the 6-litre Menace Trophy, Trojan Trophy combination. So out of the two 6-litre races, I don't see the boat mixed up on the entry list. So unfortunate scratching it appears to be for the pink and black Mick Hockley mixed up boat. One of the 5-litres that was stepping up into the 6-litre this weekend. In this first race, Melody on the outside is the 5-litre boat stepping up with the 6 litres. So it's Reuters, Tough Enough, Lock and Load and Melody. Away we go. It's going to be tight in this first turn. Reuters got to keep it close to the boys, which they do. Getting the power down on the right is another thing. You got the nose up and it's power down on the right hand side. Nose in front. Up and up. Time to go with him. It's Lock and Load and Reuters.
Stanley, tough enough. Saw the boat, and he's secured. The boat that was in there, so tough enough. Up on the second place, Rock and Roll now moving with Menace in third place. Rock and Roll looks like they're over the obviously, he's looking at the gauges very closely. He's still continuing around. He's still going to register points. Yellow flag, blue. For Mark Evanroyder. He's driven a fantastic race. Just coming out of Hancock Composites onto the Windsor track bed. Second place. Mark Clark. Race dog Ryan and Ryan have had a what a victory on the MSC side. Front straight and receiving the CMS running second flag. Goes to Mark Evanroyder. Second will go to James Clark. We see with one left to go, Ryan Mackett, still a left to go, second going to James Clark. Third home should be and will be Ryan Kilpatrick. And Lock and Load leaping round the course. I tell you what, Nathan Mills, you don't see that very often. You saw Mark Evanroyder come up on the inside of Ryan McIntosh in Lock and Load and put that to bed very quickly. And then obviously some sort of an issue after that spin from Lock and Load. Just keeping Ryan very cautious, very careful on the go pedal. He's obviously keeping his eye on the gauges, making sure there was no oil pressure issues or water temp issues after that spin. Obviously wasn't comfortable enough to stay at 100% race pace. 100% that boat's capable of anyway. Still managed to get across the line under his own power. Still managed to register points for fourth place. And the Melody team, campaigned by the Kilpatrick family, continuing to earn solid points, continuing to finish. No doubt that team will be travelling to all of the Trojan trophy rounds to make sure they're in there with a chance just like anyone else. So as we just wait for the next heat of the 6 litre boats to head out on the water, just another reminder, don't forget, keep your fluids up, stay hydrated. It's getting warmer. A bit more sting in this sun in the afternoon here now, so please make sure you keep your fluid intake up, whatever your choice is, but make sure you have enough water, sunscreen, slip, slop, slap, and all that business, because we want everyone to come back tomorrow and enjoy the ongoing racing action. So we've touched on the maxed out boat, unfortunate non-starter in this second round of 6 litre racing. Maxed out was one of the 5 litre boats that have stepped up into the 6 litre racing. Melody was one of the ones that was in the last race that's done the same thing. And Justin Frankham in Quiver is doing just that in this next race as well. So after this second race of the 6 litres, we're back to our unlimited outboard tunnel boats. We touched on earlier in that first race, Chris Puggs at the wheel of Shenanigans put on a masterclass of driving skill in these 6 litre boats. No doubt he's going to do it all again, but this time he's got to do it from the outside in pole 4. So we've got Impulse, who's a bit of a question mark because an unfortunate non-starter in the last race. He's in 1, Rastus 2, Quiver 3, Shenanigans in 4. Flag goes down and away they go. Shenanigans on the outside. But most importantly, amazingly steady. We saw the boat Impulse showing plenty of pace, but that nose was bouncing up and down a little bit. But look at this silver bullet. But it's Shenanigans out in front. Impulse, a little bit of a getting the power down on the water. The wheel, another checkered flag. Impulse, second place. Great showing of pace and speed by the young driver. Rastus third, and another competitive heat of the 6 litre displacement class. Very, very fast indeed. All of these guys, even Quiver, who crossed the line in 4th, very fast. And we touched on earlier that some of these guys, chances are they'll get the call up for some of the unlimited open races towards the end of this weekend. They'll be mixing it with the blown boats, maybe an unlimited outboard or 2. But a lot of fast and competitive powerboat racing action still to come this weekend. Next race on the water, unlimited outboard. We can see the living legend himself, Craig Bailey, creeping down the hill. He looks like he's on the headset for someone.
So here we go, Nathan. Unlimited outboard. 3 really good boats in the water. Just spoke with team principal of Team Barry, Anita Barry. They've plenty of great merchandise, caps at $25, beanies 20, stubby holders 10. Their new shirts are 35, the older ones 30, hoodies 65, and team culprit shirts $20. So just look for the Gulf Western tent, and all the goodies are there from Team Barry. Coming up at the start, ladies and gentlemen, unlimited outboard. We can see Jared Smith on the inside, but it's that man, Adam Breen, in Cracker Racing, running for Cracker Plumbing. Going around Flexi Strut and then onto the MSC signs front straight first time. Look at the outright power. Simon Troy right down the outside. Here comes Troy. Jared Smith, the South Australian, holding third, but all boats on the Windsor truck beds back straight. We can see Troy's had to go to the outside. Bryn holding that good real estate on the inside, around Flexi Strut, onto the MSC signs front straight. Here the 2.5 Mercury, absolutely humming. Doing around about 125 mile an hour. Jared Smith from South Australia from the Adelaide Speedboat Club, doing an outstanding job. That's that man himself, Adam Breen for Cracker Plumbing. Coming around Flexi Strut onto the MSC signs front straight to receive the yellow flag. One to go for Adam Breen. So boats coming around angle, covers the quick corner, final time. Oh, Simon Troy, unfortunately, on the back straight, on the Windsor truck bits back straight, has gone amiss. Jared Smith moving into second, but taking the CMS Plumbing. Second flag, Adam Breen for Cracker Plumbing. He takes the win. Second home will be Jared Smith. A real shame there for Simon Troy. So let's not forget, Team Bat, we have those $25, beanies 20, stubby holders 10, new shirts are 35, older 30, 65, team culprit shirts $20. So just look for your Gulf Western tent. Right on the creek corner. The Gulf Western tent where all the merchandise is.
So next race on the water, we're expecting the mono outboards. They'll be back. Evan Ruder, The Force Awakens, and Stealth. They had a pretty good competitive run in their first race this morning, and no doubt they'll be back to mix it up. It's going to be interesting to see if young Bo Brickerton can match it with Stealth. Stealth has got pole 1 on the inside again, so he'll be using that to his full advantage, whereas that Force boat will be doing it the hard way from the outside in pole 3. Just a reminder one more time, please make sure you keep your water and or fluid intake up. We only know too well how draining this sun can be, so please make sure you're keeping your water and or fluid intake up, whatever that choice may be. Don't forget the bar is open on the Windsor Township side of the clubhouse. You do have to go around the back of the clubhouse to get there if you happen to be in the pit side, but no doubt well worth the extra steps around the back once you get there. So mono outboards, next race, and then the Formula GP Craig Bailey Point Series straight up after that. And then our 105 mile an hour class after that. We'll be back to do it all again with the 550cc outboards for the 3rd time. A couple of races to get there before that though. So the Force Awakens, Evan Ruder, and Stealth making their way out of the creek now, down into the start area. Overheard the call to the start boat to bring them on down, so our 3 outboard monos will soon line up. The start procedure is as the race boats approach the course, they have the front bow, basically the front point of the boat, they need to have that lined up with the rear transom of the start boat. So that's how these guys need to line up. That is what the start boat is waiting for. They're waiting for a nice, neat and even line across the river in line with the back transom of the start boat. Once they're happy with that, that is when they drop the white flag, which our start boat has just done, and it's still who grabs the early lead. Everett going with them down the back straightaway for the first time. The Force winding up on the outside, coming back up to match it with Evan Ruder, staying nice and wide. Does the Force Awakens. Evan Ruder, side by side with the Force Awakens now, down the front straightaway. Still a little bit of a gap on the other two already. Nice clean race so far. Evan Ruder is going to have to hook it in, stay in nice and tight. The Force boat gets it up high, around the outside, and gets that nose up nice and high. Dancing that Force boat on the plank, as they call it. Oh, Evan Ruder has a half spin. Nearly spun it all the way around enough for him to stick it up the inside of one of the turn boys. Managed to stay around the outside, but that's given the Force Awakens a slight advantage. Gets the nose in front. Green flag, still 2 laps to go for our outboard monos. Evan Ruder is trying to come back up on the inside. He's doing a pretty good job at the moment. He had that half moment 2 turns ago, so that's in the past now. Nathan Todunda at the wheel of Evan Ruder, trying to stick the nose back up the inside of Bo Brickerton in the Force Awakens. Whoa, he has another half spin again in the second half of the turn. We don't know if he bumped the turn boy or not. There is a penalty if you do. The Force Awaken comes across a little bit. He had enough of a gap to be able to do that. Evan Ruder had to back out of it and change lanes. The Force Awaken gets the nose up nice and high, gets as much boat out of the water as he can to get the power down on the water. But it is the older and bolder Stealth 17-foot bullet tunnel deck replica. He's kept the nose out in front. All race long. Checkered flag goes to Nathan Cleaver in Stealth. Bo Brickerton in the Force Awakens, second place, and Nathan Todunda in Evan Ruder after a 2 or 3 half spins down the bridge end turn. Still relatively new to powerboat racing. When I say new, he's probably been doing it 12, 18 months. But still getting a handle on the Evan Ruder boat in terms of trying to get around these turn boys as fast and as smooth as they can. A couple of half spins. Almost managing to almost stick the nose up the inside of the turn boy. Wrestles the right-hand side of the steering wheel to keep the boat outside of the turn boys. But successfully doing so. As far as we can tell, no time penalties for bumping the boys. But another good showing from our outboard mono guys. Pretty competitive, pretty closely matched.
Sorry about that, Nate. Sometimes when you haven't been to a meeting here like at Windsor and that for a while, you catch up with a few people you haven't seen. And 2 of my old buddies from the Deepwater Club, Mark Chase and Dave Gray, getting to those places sometimes gives a Panadol headache. But great to catch up with a lot of people on the bank. It is chock-a-block, mate, I'm telling you. You can't move a tent city down there. There's a lot of young families and that's great. Everyone's having a good time. But one thing we will remind everyone, we need, if you're going to go in the pit, that's fine, you must have enclosed shoes on. No smoking, no drinking of alcohol. You must not have socks. You must have enclosed shoes. It is part of our permits to run here, and it's also part of our insurance. So anyone that doesn't have enclosed shoes on, please leave the pit area immediately. And also, if you are in the pit area, please be aware and conscious of any vehicle movement. Obviously, keep this race meeting moving. We've got vehicles and trailers and boats moving around the pit area, so please be very careful. The great thing with boat racing is you are allowed, pretty much all the spectators are allowed into the pit. It's just a few minor conditions as we just touched on. No smoking, no drinking, enclosed footwear, and please be careful of, please be aware of your surroundings.
We don't need anyone being carried out of the pit area. So the boats for the next race have already headed up into the start area. That is our Formula GP Craig Bailey Point Series. Smith Family Racing, Hunter Valley Fire Racing, Final Feature and Trim King.
Good field coming up to left Shane Martin out of 1. His brother-in-law, Joel Smith, out of 2. Out of 3, Greg Banks, beg your pardon, Paul Sane, and Greg Banks out of 4.
Our Formula GP outboards lining up, making their way onto the race course.
So coming up for the start, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, good start by all 4 boats. We can see the Trim King, Paul Sane out of 3. He got the early jump, but he's been swallowed up by Shane Martin here on the inside. His brother-in-law, Joel Smith, in the bubba, right next door. He's lost in the spray. So the boat's coming up to Flexi Strut onto the MSE Signs front straight. Literally 3 abreast here. It's Martin over Smith. On the outside of Smith, we've got Sane and Banks in 4th place. So boats around Anchor. Composite Engineering, Creek Corner onto Windsor track bits back straight. And it's that man, Shane Martin, having a wonderful weekend so far. Look at this battle for 3rd and 4th. In 2nd place, currently Joel Smith. So Sane and Banks, a great battle for 3rd and 4th at the tail of the field. But once again, moving on to the MSC Signs front straight. It's that man, Shane Martin. Oh, look at Smith. He's got a bit of company now. So Joel Smith, he's got Banks coming up on the inside, Sane on the outside. So out of Angkor, a Composite Engineering, Creek Corner. Next time round, they'll get the yellow flag. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. And as Martin goes around Flexi Strut onto MS front straight once again. He's opened up that lead over the brother-in-law, Joel Smith. Back to the inside, Greg Banks, and on the outside, Paul Sane. I tell you what, look at Banks on the inside. He's made that big charge on Smith. So Banks has moved into second place over Joel Smith. Paul Sane in fourth, and Banks has got that really good real estate on the inside coming out of Windsor truck beds. But meanwhile, on the MSC signs front straight, Shane Martin coming up to take the CMS plumbing checkered flag. But all eyes are fixed to second place. Is it going to be Banks or Smith? It's going to be Banks, ladies and gentlemen. He takes second place. Third to Joel Smith, next along Paul Sane. Wowee, what a race from the back of the field, particularly from Greg Banks. Congratulations going to Shane Martin, running for Hunter Valley Fire Services, as is Smith Family Racing. But what a great charge from the back of the field, Greg Banks there. Shane Martin made it his own, and what are your thoughts, Nathan Mills?
Thank you, Craig. Next race on the water, we have our 105 Louis Bahaja Point Series class. Bit of a change up from these outboard tunnels. Next race, we've got the engine moving forward onto the inside of the transom for the 105 class. And I only say that because we've only got inboard displacements here this weekend running in the 105, but you can actually run a 105 class with an outboard or a hydroplane or a KT boat, almost any configuration race boat, where, as we touched on, as long as you keep it under 105 miles per hour. Again, just another friendly reminder for everyone to please make sure you keep your water intake up.
Just while we've got a moment, Nate, mate, I've just got the beautiful young ladies from the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club going around selling all the raffle tickets, $2 each, 3 for 5, 6 for 10, 15 for 20. The prizes are, there's 2 packages, one at the Crown Plaza at the Hawkesbury, 2 nights accommodation for 2 adults at the Crown Plaza Hawkesbury Valley, 3 nights accommodation on the Gold Coast, staying at the Chevron Renaissance Towers at Service Paradise for a family of 4 in 2-bedroom apartments. An Auto 1 car care kit, She's a Culprit race kit, that's shirt, hat and cooler, Abago shirts and jumper. So we've got Chloe and Brianna going around selling the tickets, so let's empty those wallets and purses. Just going back to that raffle, it'll be drawn at presentation tomorrow night. If you are not at the presentation, the ticket will be, a copy of the ticket will be put on the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club Facebook site, and then you can organise for the collection of those prizes. So some wonderful prizes there. Tickets drawn at presentation tomorrow night. If you are not here, the copy of the ticket will be put on the Facebook site.
and then we can organise for those prizes to be presented to the lucky winner.
So the officials just given the green flag call to the start boat. 105 mile an hour Louis Bahaja Point Series. Second race of the weekend for these guys. We will have Eliminator. Anthony Nibbs out of 1. Marine Line out of 2. And Darren Greentree in handful. Going the long way. Out in 3. He managed to show a clean pair of heels in the first race. Is he able to do it from the outside? At the moment, Marine Line showing. Darren Greentree and handful trying to go with him. On the outside, from memory, Marine Line did have a bit of a moment in the last race which caused him to back off. Oh, he's just had another one in this race. The commentator's curse. Now out in front, Eliminator comfortably second place after, unfortunately, Marine Line comes to a bit of a stop on the front straightaway. Gets the thing fired up again. Away he goes. In terms of being able to match it with Darren Greentree in handful. Darren, after being able to hug these turn boys, he stays in nice and tight. I remember watching him down at Dargle on the Winter Spectacular a few months ago. And he was one of the only boats to be able to go in lane 1, around the corner in lane 1, and outside in lane 1. Very smooth, very consistent. Very fast. 105 class. Twin carburetted. 414. So the yellow flag coming out, Craig, 1 lap to go. Yellow flag out. And it looks as though Marine Line's come to a stop again. And as soon as I finish saying that, back under power. So a big snag of a race for Marine Line. Back underway, but certainly not at full steam, full race pace. He's going to try and get across the line. Yellow flag, 1 lap to go. Now back up the race pace. Double check the gauges. Everything must seem all right. So stats. Go pedal once more. But it's Darren Greentree. He's pretty happy. Punches the air, does Darren Greentree. Across the line. Anthony Nibbs. Eliminator, another start, another solid finish in the 105 class. Marine Line, big bag of the race, but crossing the line under full speed. So whatever issue it was seems to be relatively minor, but enough of an issue for him to pull up and check a few things.
next race, race 29, proudly brought to us by our good friend Graham Hart there of West Cranes. This is another heat for the Jeff Bollins Challenge. Just a reminder also, ladies and gents, at about 2:20, the Pro Alcohol Funny Car of Cruise Lubbering, located right at the back of all the food vans. That will be fired up. Just got word from Mark Holmes. Thank you, Mark. Bringing all the crew down, and that will be fired up at about 2:20 this afternoon, just before the blown boats. Before the blown boats, the next round of heats, we've got 550cc out of 1, Wild Ginger. Mojo Racing, that's Melissa King. PD Racing out of 3. Steve Dibley, Oz Propellers out of 4. Out of 5, Christy Walker in the Torturer. Out of 6, Rowdy Burns. And I think you said, Nath, we're missing Kerry Smith.
Yes, it seems to be an unfortunate non-starter in the little outboard, Yamato. Did need to be towed back in after the first race, so obviously a big enough issue. Causing a scratching. So 6 starters left. Now 550cc Jeff Bollins Yamato Challenge. Have gone to Upper Hawkesbury's very own Christy Walker. She did start out of pole 1 in both of those races. It was a legitimate out-of-the-hat pick. But she's going to have to do it from nearly the outside in pole 5 in this race. She's only got the Gambler on the outside in 6. It is Wild Ginger in 1, Mojo in 2, PD Racing 3, Oz Propellers 4, the Torturer in 5, and the Gambler in 6. White flag is down and away they go. The Torturer, the orange tunnel boat, second from the far side, gets the nose out in front. That's Christy Walker. You can see leaning as far forward as you can, going into the breeze.
I tell you what, Nath, just looking here, Alison James in Wild Ginger's done a really good job on the inside, coming up on the inside. Just can't pick that boat up in the middle, coming up the flexi strut there. But we got a great battle coming onto the MSC signs front straight.
We do have one boat stopped over on the back, halfway down the back straightaway, Craig. So the caution flag is out for the Gambler, I think it is. But we got Wild Ginger on the inside, the Torturer on the outside, and I do believe it is Mojo on the inside, in the middle, sorry. So we've got our 3 ladies out in front. Wild Ginger on the inside, Christy Walker in the Torturer on the outside, gets up on her knees, leaning forward again, trying to get as much weight forward, keep the nose down as she goes into the breeze in this air-assisted tunnel boat. But Mojo Still trying to stay with them.
That's, of course, Melissa King. So it's a three-way for the girls here. 1, 2 and 3. Alison, Christy and Melissa are leading the pack. Our lead boat's coming onto this MCS sign. Front straight, just coming out of Flexi Strut. We've still got that disabled boat of Rowdy Bones there. Okay, so we got Christy Walker. Christy moving into the lead from Alison Jones. Melissa King, she's in third. Looks like the Dibley boat, or the PD Racing. Yeah, PD Racing holding fourth. So the green flag's still out. Oz Propellers crosses the line. 2 laps to go. The yellow flag coming out for the field as they come down to the start straight away. So yellow flag, Christy Walker in the Tortura, comfortably out in front. Wild Ginger in second place. And Mojo Racing in third. The Gambler looks as though he's able to start up just to help keep them out of the way on that back straight. They did come to a stop off race pace. So the caution flag still flying from the course boats. But the boat PD Racing comes down to grab the yellow last lap flag. 1 more boat to go. Then it'll be a quick swap over from the yellow flag to the checkered flag as Christy Walker in the Tortura is close behind. And looks as though, I think it might be Mojo Racing, had a little bit of a moment there on that last turn. Not too sure if they snuck up on the inside of that turn, boy, or not, but 3 starts, 3 first places for Christy Walker in the Tortura. Wild Ginger in second. Mojo in 3. So our 3 lady racers in the 25 horsepower 550cc Yamato Challenge. 1, 2 and 3. PD Racing coming down to grab the checkered flag with Oz Propellers rounding out the field. The Gambler, unfortunate non-finisher, may be able to get that boat fired up and back to the ramp onto their own power. They have fired up already to make sure they were off the main racing line. But next, folks, we've got a bit of a treat. Before we get the blown boats back out on the water, the dragster funny car is going to do a fire up. Hopefully the cordless mic that my teammate Craig Lynn is wandering around, fingers crossed they can reach, but our top fuel, well, I can't remember if it's a top fuel funny car or not, but anyway, funny car no doubt. It's going to make plenty of noise. Sainty billet quad cam V8. And no doubt, wherever you are on the bank here at Windsor, you're going to hear it. So Craig, hopefully you can hear me. I'll go over to you, throw it over to you for something a little bit different.
Sorry, Craig, I don't know if you've been on the cordless mic, but we got our 6 metres on the water, tough enough. Australia this weekend. Second place, and it looks as though Quiver has come to a stop on the last lap. Very unfortunate, showing a lot of speed up into second place in front of Raston, but unfortunately appears to have come to a stop on the last lap.
Test 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while we've got okay, ladies and gentlemen, just to announce our next couple of races. The race 32 will be the Australian Unlimited Displacement Drivers' Championship final. The contestants are Unleashed, Reckless, Bulldog, Immortal and She's the Culprit. And the B final is Abigail, the Mongoose, Bad Influence, Chevy Chase. Got a pretty special guest here. We prefer him out in the water, in the boats. We'll just, we'll wait till we get a little bit less noise. So ladies and gentlemen, when they do come back round in front of you, we want to get you up out of your seats if you're able to warm those hands. This is the A final for the Australian Unlimited Displacement Drivers' Championship. Unleashed, Reckless, Bulldog, Immortal, She's a Culprit. I tell you, Nathan Mills, we've got a very tasty A final.
Most definitely. This is the first time we've got all of the fastest boats together in the one race. I think it was 14 or 15 we started with at the start of the weekend, started today. We've had 2 rounds of heats, and this is the fastest out of all of them so far. Put your hands together, folks, for these final entrants, finalists. That's a pretty cool sight. I don't know if you're traditionally an outboard fan or a hydroplane fan or a 6-litre fan, whatever it is, but how cool was that, Craig? 5 blown boats right next to each other, cruising along. What a sight, mate.
I tell you what, Nate, look at all those people move down, and we'll just make sure you're back behind the bunting, please. But it was like bees to a honey pot. Did you see everyone move? You don't often see that in powerboat racing. We've got the creme de la creme out on the water. The creme de la creme out on the water. We were saying a little bit earlier, how good would it be that we see a race with Unleashed, Reckless, Bulldog. Now we can throw into the mix Immortal, and She's a Culprit. Dean Barry said, I'll have a bit of that as well.
So as we mentioned, the fastest 5 from the first 2 rounds of racing this weekend. They've come together. Unleashed is the quickest, Reckless in second, Bulldog, Immortal, She's the Culprit. So as we mentioned, the previous heats, all of these boats have been spread out over 3 or 4 qualifying heats, but now we've got all of the fastest all in together. This is the final. We do have like a B main and a C main coming up straight after this, but these are the pointy end. These are the fastest.
And I think the way this is run is very similar to what they do with the top fuel racing now. With the top fuel dragsters, Nathan, we have A finals, B finals, C finals. But what a wonderful array of boats. We've got a couple of Victorians, a couple of New South Welshmen,
nice mix of boats here. So Unleashed out of 1, out of 2 Reckless, Bulldog out of 3 Immortal, 4 Sheezer, Culprit on the outside pole, 5 Nathan Mills. After you, good sir.
So we've got Victoria, New South Wales, Victoria and New South Wales in our first A-main final. They're lining up. The start boat picks up pace. Drops the flag and away they go. Back already, all 5 side by side going into the first turn. Officials watching carefully, making sure everyone behaves themselves. Unleashed has a bit of trouble getting the power down. Reckless. All the way out in front. Unfortunately, Bulldog comes to a stop down the bridge end turn, unable to make the checkered flag after a spin on that previous turn. Holy mackerel, what a race, Craig.
I tell you what, 5 boats went into the flexi strut bridge turn, and I closed my eyes for a moment. I thought, geez, I hope the 5 come out the other side, and they did.
Yes, thankfully they did. They relatively behaved themselves. Some sort of an issue for the Immortal crew. Brett Shepherd, Unleashed, put your hands together, folks. Our first winner of our first major final of the weekend. Plenty of action still to come. Tate Ramsey at the wheel of Reckless. Another showing of speed. A little bit of a pop there from Unleashed. He grabbed the checkered flag. Fingers crossed everything was all right. It's going to start up okay. Reckless did Victoria Brown as well. Dean Barry beat the culprit first at the New South Wellston.
I tell you what there, he looked like he was going to finish 5th there. Immortal went off, and next minute Jamie Butler's had a bit of a dipsy turtle in the creek corner there. Suddenly Dean's gone from 5th to 3rd.
Jamie McCutcheon in Bulldog, yes, yeah, a bit of an unfortunate spin there from the Bulldog team, but yeah, we saw Dean Barry tiptoe his way around the outside, managed to keep the power on. So it'll be interesting to try and get word from Jamie McCutcheon in Bulldog if it was, dare I say, all self-inflicted, or whether it was just a bit of a wash or a bit of an upset of the concentration thanks to Immortal pulling off. But again, put your hands together, folks. Brett Shepherd, Unleashed, first scalp of the weekend in our major final races. He's done it before, he's done it again now, and with the reliability of this team, there's a good chance we'll be seeing that boat cruising along with the checkered flag hanging out of the cockpit one more time.
I tell you what a great race, and I tell you what, we've got a guy up, a young fellow up with us here at the moment, Nate. He's got jealousy written all over his face. His name's Michael Johnson. Welcome, Michael. Of course, we wanted to see you out on the water. You've had engine issues. We've seen some tremendous racing today. When are we going to see you back on the water?
Oh, look, mate, it won't be long. We could have pushed to be here. The boat's back together. The engine's back together. It's firing. It's running. It's all good. It's just I haven't had any time with the boat, and I didn't want to come to such a prestigious meeting and potentially make a fool of myself and put myself in a situation that I wasn't comfortable in. So, we're excited to come out, and we're shattered that we can't be here, especially with the race that's coming up. We really wanted to, try to get in that. But, it wasn't worth, the risk of having never raced a boat in a blower, a lot more power. You're playing with the big boys. I mean, look how hard they're playing, mate. And I'm excited to get in there and mix it. But, the racing's been really good today, and what a venue. It's the best.
Yeah, and even though, you're in one of the most competitive 6-litre, there is a big jump to the blowers. And for a while, mate, you're going to have to get those training wheels on.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Even when I just drove it for the first time, it's basically just a fast 6-litre, the way we set this boat up. It's handling, it's acceleration, everything like that. But it is still got a lot more power. It's another 400 horsepower under your foot.
All right. Listen, we can see boats coming up for the B final. You've got a very special announcement to make regarding the Cross Invitational this afternoon.
Yeah, so we've, me, Dad and Justin have picked our field for this year. So we've got James Clark and Toughen Up out of 1. We've got Adam Breen, Cracker Racing out of 2. Chevy Chase is out of 3. Tate Ramsey and Reckless is out of 4. And Unleashed out of 5.
Wow. Now that should suit our Labor supporters, our Liberal supporters, our Rugby League supporters. There's a bit of everything. A bit of a licorice all sorts there.
That's the spirit of that race, mate. I mean, Crossy raced 6-litre and Crossy raced blown. And, he loved racing the tunnels, and the tunnels loved racing against him. So we always try to jam, a 6-litre, an F1 and a blown, and the blown boat's in there. And, I think that's a pretty good field. It's still anyone can win it.
Oh, pretty good. You'd love to be there, I know. But listen, mate, thanks very much for your time, mate. We're going to call this B final. Thanks for, and your dad's company, Flexi Strut, very big thank you to them for the continued support. We don't get on. These meetings don't go on without the kind of support in, financially and in kind for those people. And, as you know, mate, it's all the camaraderie and all the help that everyone gives each other. So, well done, mate. Just before we let you go, because we're Bulldog coming in, I can keep this clean. I can keep this clean. I believe you're in toy boy status now. Let us quickly know about the story.
Yeah. So they say. My mum's relocated up to Port Douglas for her health, and I went up there to spend some time with her. And they've got a fishing boat, and we went out in the fishing boat, and I launch it for her, and she has a Mercedes, so I back it in and all that kind of stuff. And I think everyone was looking at me with my mother in the boat, thinking that she's got a toy boy. So it was a bit interesting getting the looks at the boat ramp, that's for sure.
And then you had to tell them to your mum. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Michael Johnson, one of the good young fellas in our sport. Well done, mate, and can't wait to see you on the water very shortly.
Yes, very soon, mate. Thank you heaps.
Thanks, Michael Johnson.
So we've had the A main final, if you want to call it that. Next race is the B main. Sure enough, there might not be the opportunity to put your name on a trophy, but there's, as we know anything from these powerboat drivers, if there's an opportunity to get in front of someone you're running against, you're going to push hard to try and do so. even though it's a B main, there's going to be plenty of action pushing for that number one next to you on the race sheet. So we've got the white flag up.
Boats forming up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's hope the B final's as good as the A. We had some wonderful racing. Well done, Brett Shepherd. Taking out the A final. The local boy, have a go. Craig Storner on the inside. The Mongoose out of 2. Coming up with the start, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hope we have an absolute ripper-dipper of a B final. Flag down. Coming up the flexi shot. Oh, big spin, spin, spin. He's had a dipsy doodle to have a go, and that's presented. I think that's a Mongoose out in the lead. It is the Mongoose. Second. Heavy chasing first. Here comes Abigail. Stanley gets very high. Quinn's come up on beg your pardon. Quinn's come up on the inside there of the Mongoose. We thought in another couple of 100 metres he was going to take that race out, but Darryl Quinn has stopped in the centre of the course. But congratulations. Where did that come from, Nathan Mills? The Mongoose. Trevor Stanley coming home in first from Adelaide, South Australia. But the two local boys, Damon Turger, Craig Storner home in second and third respectively. Unfortunately, Darryl Quinn stopped in the middle of the course. But I tell you what a gypsy doodle Craig Storner had in that flexi strut first corner there, Nathan.
Craig, I know on the race sheets we've got, that says B main. I reckon it's a B-E main, a bloody excellent main. How about that? Absolutely nail-biting all the way to the finish. An unfortunate ending there for Darryl Quinn in bad influence. But Mongoose, plenty of power, plenty of mumbo, just having trouble getting that down to the water. And being able to accelerate nice and fast and nice and smooth. That allowed Darryl to get up the inside and have a lash, really push the Mongoose. And it was only when bad influences come to a stop that the excitement ended. So I touched on the fact that sure enough it's a B main, but true boat racers, they're going to do their very best no matter what. And we saw Avago have a spin early on. So plenty of action. all over the race course, early on in the race, later on. Like we touched on, it might have been called the B main, but certainly A-grade excitement. Very, very cool indeed. We did have on our race sheet a C main as well, because we did have 14 or 15 entrants at the start of the weekend. So fingers crossed, we are still waiting on a C main. We just got to wait on the stricken bad influence to get towed back to the ramp. So just a minor delay. So we do indeed have the C main final. As we touched on, we had 14 or 15 entrants in this blown alcohol displacement class. We've had two cracker races. The main feature, A main, if you want to call it that. The B main was just as awesome to watch. And no doubt these C main guys, they've all got something to prove. Like I said, there aren't too many boat racers who are comfortable to take it easy and take a back seat. They're all going to be pushing to get the number one next to their name on the race sheet. So we've got the boats Explicit, Odin, Fury and Arisen. All of these boats capable of some awesome outright speeds. We've just seen Arisen show a lot of pace on the first straightaway down the back straight, but unfortunately unable to keep the power on the whole race long. No doubt that team, they've been making changes, sorting things out. We touched on earlier a fairly new race package, if you like. So we touched on the fact that it's a Pro Charger. So one of your sort of turbo style superchargers. It is still belt driven, so it is still a supercharger, but your turbo scroll size style, if you want to call it that. Arisen in 3, Fury 1, Explicit 2, Odin in 4 on the outside, flag goes down and away they go with the full main. Up, Explicit and Fury go side by side, with Arisen having the nose just out in front. Fury behaving themselves nice and tight in pole run. Arisen backs off. Odin up on the outside, Fury on the inside. Up at full pace again now. Odin backs off. Stays out wide. Explicit trying to get back up on the inside. Sorted out, it just fires down the straightaway. Very, very fast outright speed. They're just having trouble keeping the power on coming out of the turns. Plenty of pace. Taking control of the front. And Arisen having a good diesel battle for second place. Exactly what you want it to do is a pretty tough deal. Yes, boys. Well done. Explicit. Having some better luck in this sea main. Constable Brothers Racing. Crossing the line. And Ryan Hall in the Pro Charge Arisen rounds out the 4. Big Lynn, another amazing race. We touched on the fact that this happened to be the C main. Yes, a few of these guys are having trouble keeping the full power on for the whole race distance, but what an amazing show that these guys are putting on. Hands together for the Fury Marine. A fantastic outcome for that team.
I tell you what, Nate, I reckon that's his biggest win, you know. I reckon, and you see the crowd reaction down there, they appreciate it just as much. I know Joshy Davies has come down from Bundaberg to give him a hand this weekend. I reckon that'll be pretty sentimental to the guys down there, and they'll be quite emotion charged. Probably their biggest win, the crew, and of course the Barry Chester tomorrow.
Yes, we did. We sort of, if you've noticed that on the race program, the Barry Chester Trophy, all in aid of their dad, Barry Chester, passed away a couple of years ago, way too early. But if this C main is any indication, they might be a dark horse. Yes, this is the C main, but certainly out of that race, they were able to get the power down on the water, stay nice and smooth, keep the nose clean out in front. That's what you have to do. And some of these other boats showed a lot of speed, but they were just unable to keep it on for the whole time. So a bit unfortunate for those guys, but all of these boats are relatively new setup deals. Probably the most experienced out of that race would be Explicit, because they changed from 6-litre to a turbocharged straight 6 Ford barrow motor. So they've been trying something different. That boat's probably been on the water 18 months now, I think, with that setup. So all 4 of those boats, relatively new setups, and they've done an amazing job, amazing work to put on one hell of a show. That's for sure.
I tell you what, Nathan, once Ryan Hall works out what's going on with this Arisen boat, it's like a rat up a drain pipe when the power kicks in. But there seems like there's that old turbo lag problem. But once it kicks in, mate, she's quick.
Certainly is. And yeah, it seems to be in the corner. So no doubt the team are going to be looking very closely at that. And we touched on a couple of times, yeah, just the outright speed in the straights, absolutely awesome.
Hey, listen, before the people at All Work Crane Services pick me up and dump me in the water, I better let everyone know about them. A very big thank you to Ben Stevens there at All Work Crane Services, Australia's innovative, we'll start again, providing a full range of express services, including machinery handling, forklift hire and transport, packing and unpacking of containers, complete factory relocations, specialising in a wide range of machinery from engineering, metalwork, printing and packaging. So for all your crane requirements, All Work Crane Services provides your man there, Ben Stevens, 0414 606071. So we always say support those people that support our racing. Contract Printing, a local Hawkesbury family run and owned business. Passionate about boating and the people involved. So all your printing requirements. The Contrast Printing are your printing people here in the region.
outboard tunnels next on the water. 5 boats, so it might be combined. Formula GP and Unlimiteds. So a slight change in horsepower, but not much of a change in outright speed. Too impulsive. Gets the nose out in front from pole 1. He's got to stay nice and tight. Allow plenty of room for all 5 boats to get around fairly, which they've done. So too impulsive. And in front, Smith Family Racing. Hunter Valley Fire. Final feature and Trim King. Joel Smith in the blue and yellow boat just fallen back into the clutches of Greg Banks and the Hunter Valley Fire on the outside. Greg Banks changed lane, gone to the outside of Joel Smith. But it's too impulsive, nice and clean out in front.
Yeah, Jared Smith all the way from the Adelaide Speedway Club. Good job in front. This course got the F1, the Aussie F1 composite. Oh, look at this battle for 3rd and 4th. Looks like Martin on the outside, Banks on the inside. What a battle this is. Joel Smith in 2nd, Trim King, Paul Zane in 5th, sorry. The boat's coming up to take the yellow flag, coming up on the MSC signs, front straight. It's Jared Smith. He's got the big drive back to Adelaide on Monday, but a few victories, that'll ease the pain.
Illustration of how these boats can just drop the nose in, hook round nice and tight to the left. These boats pull something like 3.5 G in the corners, and a pretty perfect illustration of this. Too impulsive, out in front, Daylight 2nd, and we're going to be able to throw a blanket over 2nd place as 3 boats battle it out, and it's a drag race down to the checkered flag. Final feature, just gets the nose out in front. Hunter Valley Fire, Joel Smith has eased up to get last place, but the Trim King gets up to take 4th place. Another exciting race. Too impulsive. They'd be happy with that result. Comfortably out in front. And the big race was on for 2nd place.
I would say ordinarily I was just saying, Nate, that ordinarily we would have seen Adam Breen and both himself and Simon Troy there. I think Simon's got a problem. Of course, Adam Breen wants to keep his boat for the cross invitation.
Quite a strategic move there. A clever one, no doubt.
Big thank you to Brucey Dengate, the driver of the Big Yellow Connolly out on the river. He's been our start boat and his flag dropper. A very big thank you to you people. Been a Herculean effort. We can see a westerly coming down the course, Nate, so that's cooled things a little bit.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, especially for these tunnel boats, is it's coming down the course, pretty much straight down the course, so everyone's still got to behave themselves. It is only a light breeze, but there is quite a bit of difference in going up the back straight into the breeze versus down the front straight with the breeze. So all of these air-assisted boats, even if the little 25 550 Yamato boats, they've got to behave themselves as well. But these big Formula GP or unlimited outboard tunnels most definitely need to behave themselves. So it looks as though next race on the order we have our Graham Hart 95 mile an hour class. These boats Time Out, Endgame and Ombre, they've been mixing it up all day today. Craig, you even touched on the fact that Ombre finished first, but needed to get towed back to the ramp in the last race. So.
And he couldn't wait to see me too, because we said he came from Queensland. He said, Craig, I'm from Adelaide, I'm a crow eater. So we couldn't wait to speak to me, don't worry. But no, he was fine. Yeah.
No one wants to be accused of being a Queenslander, do they?
I think they've got a bit on us at the moment with the rugby league, mate. I don't say too much. There'll be a few people around the Bundaberg regions and the like that'd be willing to get into me right here and now. But no, speaking to Michael, he's a really nice guy. He just said, I think as a club they made the decision they wanted to go as a pack. So they've come up, they've done a great job. Like, the boat was very, very good.
Yeah, that's a good showing from the South Australians here this weekend. Quite a few boats up here from down that way, so it's fantastic to see. Obviously shows just the prominence of this Windsor Spectacular each year, as we touched on earlier. Unfortunate scenario last few years with natural weather events and all sorts of dramas and issues. But yeah, it just goes to show how important the boat racing fraternity see this major event, and the first big one for each sort of annual racing season, which only just ticked over in September. So it's fantastic to see the number of boats, number of drivers get their licences and signatures sorted, and here they are, the first major event.
Okay, flag down, Nathan Mill. Oh, yes, it goes down. Good start by all three boats. We see Time Out on the inside, drops a few horsepower, but it's between the Ombre boat and the Darryl Woods driven machine. The Endgame machine of Darryl Woods. So Time Out back in third place. The 95 mile per hour can't go a tick over that speed. All boats running GPSs. So Michael McCarlin Ombre leading just over Endgame. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen, side by side, out of Incorp Composites Engineering. There's McCardle leading out from Norton McIntosh in third on the Windsor. Tip up back straight. Coming up the flexi strut, 1, 2 and 3, all in the one corner.
Craig, I was just watching that Time Out boat in third place head up the back straight. Whoa, he's got it nice and high and airing it out. He's backed off the face, no doubt making sure everything's okay. He's got nice and high. So I was just going to say, that previous lap, I don't know if it's the length of the hull, just a little bit too short for this this class or this course or what, but it looked like he was riding the fucking Bronco. Back up the road Time Out. But yeah, he looked like it was rodeo riding. And he certainly was really got bucked off, so to speak. At the start of that straightaway, he was up nice and high, completely out of the water. But it's Ombre out in front, Endgame, trying to push him on the outside. Yellow flag, 1 lap to go. Ombre still comfortably out in front, but Endgame trying to go with him. He's ready to pounce. Got a little pick up from Ombre. The South Australian boat, as you clarified, Craig. Time Out crosses the line. Back underway, back down the back straightaway. Second flag, Endgame second place. These guys will have their GPS units checked when they get back to the ramp. As we touched on, these speed restricted classes, everyone's got to run a GPS unit to track their outright speed. No one can go over that class designation. Timeout comes across the finish line. Third place. On the water this time. It was a pretty spectacular sight when he jumped up and out. Well done to our 95 mile an hour boats. Spectacular show on the water for all these classes, all weekend. Doesn't matter what you're into, folks. Inboard, outboard, big capacity, little capacity. Guys and girls. If you're interested in going fast on the water, this is the sport for you. We touched on earlier as well that there is this 95 mile an hour class. The Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club do regularly run 75 mile an hour classes as well on club days. So again, if you got half decent ski boat at home, you may well be eligible to be able to run in a 75 mile an hour class. You're obviously welcome to run in the 95 as well. Just got to make sure a few key safety elements are integrated into the boat, and obviously all the right safety gear on your person, and you'll be set. You'll be right to go. So the 75 mile an hour class, pretty attainable by a lot of these hot ski boats, hoon boats, some people like to call them as well. But inboard, outboard, any configuration, as long as you stick to the designated class speed. Another friendly reminder to all of our spectators here this weekend. It's been a long, hot day. Please make sure you keep your water intake up, or any other kind of fluids. Don't forget the bar is open on the Windsor Township side of the courthouse. Clubhouse. Courthouse, I'm a bit too far up, close to the township. The clubhouse, but plenty of other non-alcoholic beverages available from any other of the food and drink vendors. Can only assume the coffee van is still operating as well. We've still got some pretty hot races to come. Actually, next race on the water, our 6-litre Menace Trophy final. Not too sure if the points of this one go towards the Trojan Trophy. I don't think it does, but this is the final of the Upper Hawkesbury-based Menace Trophy. So we will have Shenanigans out of 1, Rooters out of 2, Impulse in 3, Lock and Load in 4, and Toughen Up in 5. Looks as though it's all the 6 litre boats. The 5 litre ones either haven't made the cut or potentially a separate race on the program, but we'll clarify that as we progress. Just while we've got a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Menace Cup final coming up. One guy and his beautiful wife I haven't seen for a while, Lenny and Marie Everingham. Lenny, great to see you here back at the races. How have you been?
Yeah. Battling on, mate.
Battling on? Yeah. Missed the racing?
Yeah, missed driving.
Yeah. And Marie, how are you been?
Yeah, good, thanks. Wonderful to be here on the banks of the Hawkes. Catching up with lots of people that we haven't seen for a long time. It's wonderful.
Last time Lenny drove?
Oh, 12 years, I think. A long time.
Come back and see you in a minute. Great to see Marie Everingham, 2 really good people in our sport. And I tell you what, could Lenny pedal a boat? Menace Cup final, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the race of the weekend. Shenanigans has got the pole position, the silver bullet, lock and load, James Smith, and Toughen Up. Shenanigans has just about been unstoppable so far this weekend. Can he add the Menace final to the trophy cabinet? Six litres over the years, and we're running also this weekend for the Trojan, and great to see Carol here at the meeting this weekend. Hope you're having a great time, Carol, and the 6 litre boys put on some great racing for yourself and the great Larry. Trojan Cup, as we said, will complete next year on the 20th of anniversary at the Bundaberg meeting in late July. Coming up for a start, Nathan Mills. Mate, you get to call one of the best races of the weekend. Yeah, well, that's a pretty big call, Craig. After this, the A main final, the bad boats, and then the B main final we had a few races ago. To claim this one might be the race of the day. It's got a lot to live up to, but there's a good chance it will be. So it looks as though we've got a non-starter in Shenanigans, who was supposed to be out of pole 1. So we've got Rooters in 1, Impulse 2, Pocket Low 3, and Topping Up sticking outside. Shenanigans nowhere to be seen, unfortunately. Rooters in 1, got to keep it tight, which they do. Bit of a rock and roll as they get the power down. lock and load, and Rooners. Just on the outside. Rooners sticks it in the middle, comes out with a nose just in front of the amazing Robert that last turn. They all behave themselves so far in the turns. Rooners having trouble in the straights. As they come down now, they start to cross the rock. Rooners hit the rocks and just skip sideways. Look at that, and the back right out of it to get around. Rooners has managed to stay out in front. Tough enough, still up on the inside, lock and load in third. Falling into the clutches of Impulse at the moment. Impulse, lock and load, side by side. Yellow flag last lap. Mark Ebenruder in Rooners, out in front at the moment. Tough enough. Up from South Australia. Checkered flag. Final race, tough enough, going off the inside. Holy mackerel. Rooners on the last straight. Got a finish. I can't even remember if Impulse finished second or Rooners finished second. That was an amazing finish. Holy mackerel, Craig. I almost mocked you when you said potential race of the day, but that's just lived up to it. That was... Holy mackerel. That race had everything. I tell you what, Nathan Mills, you don't need to be dead be stiff. I tell you what, you couldn't have put enough money on Mark Ebenruder taking the win there. The boat would not settle at all. James Clark said thank you very much, right along the inside. Of course, the lap before, both Lock and Load and Ebenruder, they hit that dirty wash, which gave James that opportunity to move into third. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen. Just remember where you are today, the 16th of September, 2023. Come on, warm those hands, ladies and gentlemen. All our competitors. All our competitors. Of course, James Clark taking the win from Mark Ebenruder and Reuters. Impulse. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen. The next race sheet we have in front of us is the Mono outboards. They'll be back on the water for their third time. Oh, that last 6 litre race, Craig called it before, saying it could be the race of the day. I said that was a big call, but it's potentially lived up to it. And just to think that Shenanigans wasn't even a starter, Shenanigans wasn't in there, it was everyone else put on a pretty sensational show. All the way down to the race finish, where Reuters backed right off for whatever reason. And Tough Enough came through and stole the show. We are expecting outboard monos next on the course. So we've still got a couple of major races to come on the program just yet, folks. So next race on the water, we're expecting the mono outboards. Waiting on 3 starters, so we can see the 3 boats out of the creek. We've got Evinruder in 1, Force Awakens in 2, Stealth in 3. So, next race on the water, we touch on Evinruder in 1, Force Awakens in 2, Stealth in 3. So this appears to be a bit of a reverse grid from the previous results. So that's going to be interesting. Stealth, the little old black boat on the outside. The young bloke, Bo Brickerton, in the Force Awakens out of the middle. And then Nathan Todd Hunter in Evinruder, going to be doing his best from the inside. He's got to try and make sure to keep that boat nice and clean in the corners. A couple of the turns in that last race, he nearly did a half spin and nearly bumped the turn boys. So side by side. All three competitors go down the back straightaway. Looks as though Ebenruder's just got the nose in front. Goes in nice and tight. He's got to stay nice and tight. The Force Awakens in second place. Stealth coming up on the outside. One lap down. Nicely, closely matched. The Force Awakens gets a bit of a choppy run. Changes lanes, ducks up the inside, trying to get up inside Ebenruder and Stealth. Keeping it nice and clean around the outside.
I tell you what, Ebenruder wouldn't be enjoying the tight circuit like he did at St George, mate. It's very tight indeed. I tell you what, Stealth's coming up on the outside, and the Force Awakens not enjoying the inside line at all, but Stealth could be the big winner here, Nathan Mills.
Certainly, staying out wide, trying to stay nice and clean. We've still got 2 laps to go. Ebenruder, out in front. Young Bo Brickerton, the Force Awakens, trying to hold it nice and tight and clean. Still up around the outside at the moment. So the first 2 boats side by side. The Force Awakens is just falling back a little bit as the laps tick down. The yellow flag out, 1 lap to go. Ebenruder on the inside, still gets the nose in front on the outside. Now Ebenruder comes back. I don't know if anyone's foxing here or not, but Ebenruder has one of those weird turns where the boat hooks in a little hard. He had to pull it to the right to straighten it up instead of just letting things smoothly straighten up. We saw that a couple of times in the previous race. But the little 17-foot bullet replica tunnel deck Stealth comes down the final straightaway. Ebenruder did have one of his troublesome turns in that last lap. Stealth grabs first place. Ebenruder in second. The Force Awakens in third.
I tell you, that's no mean feat there, Nate. Despite, you know, the Nathan Todhunter having the big boat there and having troubles getting it round the turns, still had to come round the outside a number of times.
And that's exactly what he did with each lap. They stayed side by side. Nathan Todhunter in Ebenruder stayed nice and tight. Nathan Cleaver in Stealth around the outside, and honorary Nathan Bo Brickerton in the Force Awakens in third place. That it's obviously a lightweight force boat, that's for sure, because he did not enjoy being out the back a little bit in the wash. No doubt that boat prefers to be out the front in the clean water.
Education-wise, that wouldn't have hurt Bo at all, mate. He would have been watching the lines of both Nathan and the Stealth boat of Nathan Cleaver. So, you know, his future education, he could take something out of that despite finishing in third place.
Most definitely, and no doubt living on the river and, like we mentioned before, very closely related to force boats being manufactured down there at Lower Portland. No doubt most of Bo's experience is probably just on the river in the smooth water out there by himself. So it's not completely new to him being out on the racecourse in a bit of traffic. He has been at some major race meetings in the last couple of years, so he's not too green with it. He's got a bit of experience, but yeah, obviously, as you mentioned, every race you go out and you don't win, hopefully you take something away, you learn, you try something different, and ideally make sure it doesn't happen again.
It's 3:52 in the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're aware of a number of people need to get away and people like to get back to their accommodation. The bar will be open till at least 8 o'clock tonight, ladies and gentlemen. A number of the food vendors open, so if anyone's not in a rush to get away from the venue, the bar will be open till at least 8 o'clock. So we've got the boats listed as Smith Family Racing out of 1, out of 2 Paul Saint Trim King, out of 3 Greg Banks Final Feature, out of 4 Hunter Valley Fire Racing Shane Martin, out of 5 2 Impulsive Jared Smith, and out of 6 Cracker Racing Adam Breen. I'm not sure if Adam will be in this though because he's in the cross invitation in 2 races time.
Certainly going to be interesting. We've got that the Trim King Racing running out of pole 2. You've touched on that earlier about that boat potentially being a little bit hard to see, being that dark grey or dark silver and black. From memory, he started out pretty wide in his previous races, so being in pole 2, just outside Smith Family Racing, Joel Smith. We're going to see how we go. So we've only got 4 boats out on the water, so 2 of the boats we've got on our race sheet, unfortunately unable to make the start for whatever reason. We believe one of the boats is in one of the major races coming up, so they've elected to not run in this, so they can run in the John Cross Memorial. So the 4 boats we do have: Smith Family Racing out of 1, Trim King out of 2, looks as though we've got Final Feature out of 3, and then Hunter Valley Fire Racing on the outside in 4. Joel Smith, SFR, pulls up an unfortunate non-finisher. Caution flag will go out. He's in a slightly precarious position in the middle of the course, but back under power. Oh, we've got a rollover. We have a rollover. I think it was the boat. It was in pole 1. Course boats into action. Looks as though it was the Trim King boat. So we're getting official word, ladies and gentlemen. It appears Paul Saint is climbing out of the boat, and which is great news to start with. All appears okay with Paul Saint at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, which is another good sign. Just getting checked out as we speak. Obviously, Craig, going to have a slight delay. It was the boat itself is righted and then towed back I must admit I didn't see the earlier part to see what might have caused it. I just saw the second half where the silhouette of the boat essentially rolled over, barrel rolled in the turn. So just to repeat, folks, we did get radio transmission to say that the driver was okay. Proper procedures are being followed though. The driver needs to be brought into the rescue barge where he's checked out by the onboard paramedic. And we can see the boat itself also being towed back to the ramp. Being the other end of the course gives that course boat a little bit of time to tow that boat, hopefully drain a bit more of the water out of it as it makes its way back to the ramp. We have had word that the crews managed to get the trailer down the ramp and in the water already, so as soon as that boat gets back to the ramp, it'll probably need just a few extra sets of hands to get back on the trailer proper. But just to repeat, we did get word that the driver is all good. We understand he got out of the cockpit himself under his own power. So you can see the other course boats and jet skis just checking over the course, see if there's any other debris. You can see the rear cowling off the boat, but that's what's hanging off the front of the Upper Hawkesbury towboat. So fingers crossed everything's all good. A wave there from Paul Sain, the driver. He's obviously all good. Unfortunately getting a little bit used to this sort of scenario. He had a similar situation at the Winter Spectacular down at Dargle a couple of months ago. The boat rolled over sideways in one of the turns and driver Paul managed to get himself out of the boat under his own steam. So as you can see, the paramedics checked him over. The So a little bit too much excitement for a Saturday afternoon, but as you saw, driver Paul Sain, driver of Trim King, A-OK. Be interesting to see if that race is called or whether we've got to rerun it. Once we know, we'll let you know. But that's certainly the end of racing today for Trim King. Obviously, wait to see how the boat has fared in that barrel roll, whether he's back out on the water tomorrow. So with the temperature easing off a little bit, please don't forget, still warm, still dry. Please make sure you keep your fluid intake up, whether that's water, whether it's something else you choose. Make sure you keep hydrated. We've only got a couple more races to go to finish off our first day of the Windsor Spectacular for 2023. We're just waiting on the remaining drivers to get back to the ramp. We're just going to see if they can rerun that race straight away or whether we have to wait, refuel, all that kind of stuff. But fantastic to see the rescue barge back on the water, heading back into position already. That means a nice quick transition or drop off of driver Paul Sane, driver of Trim King. But it was certainly, it's not something you want to see, a race boat upside down. But as we mentioned, the driver managing to get out of the boat under his own steam. In that scenario, that's exactly what you want to see. That's the whole idea, the whole purpose of these reinforced cockpits. The driver is protected in these sorts of scenarios. You can only imagine what would happen if he wasn't strapped into a reinforced cockpit. He could have got spat out. Could have been an issue with water ingestion or any sort of potential issue. But these reinforced cockpits with the drivers strapped in, it's been a pretty positive move by the sport. Admittedly, it's been underway for a few decades now. Cockpits starting to show up way back in the 90s. But yeah, they're pretty commonplace these days. Probably most of the race classes these days are have the reinforced cockpits that they're strapped into. And you're almost in the minority if you're not in one. So we'll still just await the recovery of the boats from that previous race. We'll let you know once we know if we're going to rerun that race. We'll call it. And there's still the John Cross Memorial to come. So we've still at least one or two more races. So according to our race sheets, like I said, we're just going to work out whether that last race is going to be rerun. But then it is the 105 Louis Bahaja point score, and then the John Cross Invitational, traditionally the final race of the day. We'll just wait and see what happens with these outboard tunnel boats. But we've still got at least two ripper races still to come. And just while we've got a minute, with everyone set up on the bank, if you wouldn't mind, as you pack up your chairs and your eskies and bits and pieces, if you've got any rubbish, please pick up your rubbish, drop it off in the bins supplied. It's obviously a condition of the use of this park. We've got to leave this park in the same condition we found it at the start of the weekend. So if you've got any of your own rubbish, please pick it up. Even if you spot anyone else's rubbish, just pick it up, put it in the bin. And that's a great assistance to the club and everyone else here. So they are rerunning that race straight away. Only 2 boats left in the race. SFR Racing, an unfortunate pulled up on the first straightaway on the back. Well, who we've got left? We've got final feature, Greg Banks, Hunter Valley Fire Racing on the outside. Side by side they go. Greg Banks in final feature, just up the inside. Hunter Valley Fire going with him on the outside, just on his outside of his hip if you like. Back up, side by side. Drop the trim in. Around they go. Trim it out. Sink the right foot. And away they go. But it's final feature on the inside. A handful of boat lengths out in front at the moment. Hunter Valley Fire having to go around the outside. Two laps down. Out comes the yellow flag. Nice clean race. So far. In comes the yellow flag, checkered flag going out. Our 2 remaining Formula GP boats. Keeping it nice and clean, keeping it upright. And final feature takes the win. Hunter Valley Fire Racing takes 2nd place. Unfortunate non-finner is Trim King Racing, as well as SFR, which is Smith Family Racing. And the boat's Too Impulsive and Cracker not making the start of the first run, the first race, and obviously that made them ineligible to run the 2nd race. The rerun, sorry, not the 2nd race, the rerun. So, next race on the water, we've got the 105 mile an hour Louis Bahaja Point Series, and then our final race of the day, the John Cross Invitational, the traditional last race on the Saturday of the Windsor Spectacular. In memory of John Cross, the original miscreant, if you want to call him that. So we've got a pretty interesting mix for the Crossy Invitational. We have Tough Enough, the 6 litre out of pole 1. Cracker Racing out of pole 2. Chevy Chase out of pole 3. Reckless out of 4. And Unleashed out of 5. So a pretty interesting mix. We got a 6 litre in there. We got an unlimited outboard and 3 blown alcohol displacements. Pretty interesting mix for the Johnny Cross Memorial or Invitational as the final race of the day. But first up, before that, we've got 105 mile an hour Louis Bahaja Point Series. So 105 mile an hour. Next race on the water, second last race of the day. Marine Line in 1, Handful in 2, Eliminator in 3. So the start boat has the white flag in the air. Coming on down to the race course. 105 mile an hour. We had 3 starters start of the day, 3 starters at the end of the day. Marine Line in 1, Handful in 2, Eliminator on the outside in 3. Marine Line is the pace at the moment. Handful going with Eliminator. Just off the back at the moment, but you can't count Anthony Nibbs out at any point. But it's Marine Line comfortably out in front. Over the top of Darren Greentree in Handful. Oh, Marine Line, another unfortunate finish, unfortunate stoppage. It's happened a couple of times already. Managed to get it fired up again. Lindsay was all prepared to go around the outside, which he does now because Marine Line's having to pull up once again. At least now he's in a spot. You're going to be able to see him as they head down the back straight. He was in a slightly more precarious position, being on the outside of the turn, but slightly safer position, if you want to call it that, on the straightaway. The other drivers had a bit more time to recognise the hazard and pick a line to go around the inside or the outside. outside. Looks as though Darren's coming through on the inside. Looks as though he backs off to make sure everything's all okay. And here we've got Nippy coming up now. He's going to try and reel in Handful. Handful not sounding 100% healthy. Handful's crossed to the outside, so whether he's giving Eliminator the better water just in case something happens. But Handful back up, running pretty good now. Eliminator on the inside though. 1 lap to go, the yellow flag's out. Eliminator coming up the inside, Handful. Darren goes to the outside, around the stricken main line. Into the sunset. Anthony Nibbs, what's he going to do? He's going to stick nice and tight. Darren Greentree's eased off. It's a drag race now down to the checkered flag. But Darren Greentree and Handful and gets the nose in front of Eliminator. The Boat Marine line, an unfortunate non-finisher once again. So, well done to Nipsey. 3 or 4 starts, 3 or 4 finishes. Darren Greentree, slightly better performance, crossing the line. First place, might be every race so far today for the 105 class. He's probably, no doubt, certainly taken out the points for today. And from memory, he was indeed a winner in every race so far today. Goes Darren Greentree and the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club member and, like I said, stalwart, if you want to call it that. He's been racing here for years. I mentioned he's the middle generation of 3 generations that race here at Upper Hawkesbury. I touched on a pretty magnificent sight about 6 months ago, I believe it was, where all 3 generations of the Greentree clan was out on the water here at Windsor Marine Stadium, running side by side in a demonstration race. Phil Greentree, the elder statesman of the family, if you like, running on the water, then Darren Greentree, and then Dylan Greentree in his KT called Tunnel Vision. And it was a pretty special sight, actually, seeing the 3 generations of the one family out on the water, enjoying exactly what each and every one of them do. So with that 105 class run and won, we've got 1 race to go for the Saturday race program here at the 2023 Windsor Spectacular, and it's one of the big ones, the John Cross Invitational.
What I might get you to do, Nathan, if you wouldn't mind, can you give us our competitors and the pole draw, please, again?
So just to run through our starters in this final race of the day, we've got Tough Enough, the 6 litre, out of pole 1. Cracker Racing, Unlimited Outboard, out of pole 2. Chevy Chase, Blown Boat, out of 3. Reckless, Blown Boat, out of 4. And Unleashed, Blown Boat, out of 5. So with the final race of the day, all of our course boats, course crew remain on their toes.
I was just going to say, Nathan, the second elimination final for the Rugby League over in New Zealand this afternoon after 13 minutes. Unfortunately, New Zealand 14, Newcastle Knights 0.
We just overheard the call on the radio to send them up to the start area. So our 5 competitors roll out of the creek.
I'll get you to give us that light up once again in pole position. Thanks, Nate.
So 5 starters. Tough Enough, 6 litre. From South Australia, out of 1. Cracker Racing, Unlimited Outboard, New South Wales, out of 2. Chevy Chase, New South Wales, Blown Boat, out of 3. Reckless, Victorian, Blown Boat, out of 4. And Unleashed, Victorian, Blown Boat. Good mix of boats, good mix of drivers, good mix.
I just missed that one out of pole 1, Nathan. I'll get you to give us that one out of pole 1 again, sorry.
So you can see a few rollers on the water as those boats came out of the creek. So officials just holding off the start of this boat race until everything is right with the course.
I'm sorry, Nathan. Can you just give me that starter out of pole 1, please?
Yes, it's Tough Enough, 6 litre out of pole 1.
Thank you very much, James Clark. Thank you. Let's hope we have an absolute rip snorter of a cross invitational. Family be looking down, and inevitably we have a cracking final.
So boats in the milling area, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hope to see everyone back here at 9 o'clock, 8:30 tomorrow morning. First race should be on the water around about 9 o'clock. The bar is still open till about 8 o'clock tonight. Some of the food vendors open at a similar time. If you are drinking, do not drive. Make sure you get a taxi or a Uber home, or you've got someone that hasn't had a drink, because we certainly want to see you tomorrow. Nice westerly wind, northwesterly coming across the course. Okay. Cross Invitational for 2023. What a stellar field, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a cracking field. White flag is up. Everyone's moving to near the bank. Flag is down. Oh, great start by Trojan. Up into MSC, side front straight. Oh, the tunnel's got through. A good second or third, but he showed panels on the two blown out goal displacement guys. What a victory, and what a trophy to go on the mantelpiece. As he comes down, as he's coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, our first, second and third, Adam Breen, Devon, Tay Ramsey, put your hands together. What a wonderful race. He's a Invitational. That is possibly his biggest ever streak. Some of us have seen him in the sport.
Put your hands together, folks. Adam Breen in Cracker Racing taking out the John Cross Invitational for 2023. It was quite a hairy first lap and first turn, but Cracker Racing managed to get the nose out in front, stayed out in front. Bit of a ding-dong battle between Unleashed and Reckless. So well done again.